Okay.
Wisconsin Superior. No,
Hanging out and enjoying the outdoors.
so come join us at the University of Wisconsin Superior, where every day is an opportunity to learn, grow, and make your mark on the world. We can't wait to welcome you into our hive. Go Yellow Jackets!
There's nothing better than a Subway Series footlong, except when you add a new footlong sidekick, like the boss with a new footlong cookie. This might be my favorite sidekick ever. What?
Every epic footlong deserves a perfect sidekick.
pinch and need a meal fast? Turn to your local Super One Foods. Whether it be wings and dip for watching the big game, or simply a delicious healthy meal that's sure to satisfy even the picky eater in your family, we have you covered with convenient grab-and-go food options, all at the affordable prices you've come to expect. So leave the cooking to us and stop by your neighborhood Super One Foods, serving you lower prices and better choices.
With me today, we're gonna have a good time. You've convinced me. I'm ready to switch my account. Oh my gosh! Specific answer. They're learning quick. Can we Google it? Whatever. Okay. He's a quick study.
There's so many words I want to say. Be careful. It is a love story.
You bet it is.
Fair.
I wasn't done.
Ask the questions that you think are silly. Thank you for joining. Bye.
Out and enjoying the outdoors.
So come join us at the University of Wisconsin-Superior, where every day is an opportunity to learn, grow, and make your mark on the world. We can't wait to welcome you into our hive. Go Yellow Jackets!
There's nothing better than a Subway Series footlong, except when you add a new footlong sidekick, like the boss with a new footlong cookie. This might be my favorite sidekick ever. What?
Every epic footlong deserves a perfect sidekick.
Good morning, UW Superior alumni, donors, and friends, and welcome to the 6th Annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. I am John Garver. He is the big sound, Matt Johnson. And over the course of the next several hours, we will have an opportunity to sit down with all of the movers and shakers of the Yellow Jacket Athletic Department, head coaches, athletic trainers, everybody who plays a very pivotal role in the student-athlete experience here. And what is the purpose of a day like this, Matt? Well, plain and simple, it's to raise money. And it's a practice that has been put in by the majority, I think, of universities across the country, and UW Superior is no different in that in the higher education landscape, you're always in need of more money. How much do you need? Always a little bit more. How many point guards do you need? Always one more.
And especially at the D2 and D3 level. Totally different world, Division I level, as we've talked about in the past, with the scholarship money and everything else. They've already got rich alumni that are usually giving a lot of money as the year goes on. But for D2 and D3, athletic programs, it's important to get as much money from the, not just alumni, but from the community as well, just to support the programs. And, it does make a difference. I mean, you don't necessarily see it in live time a lot of times, but it is an important, part of, especially Division III athletics, is being able to raise some money so that you can give your athletes and your student athletes the best experience possible. And that's really what today's all about.
And it's not a matter of you can't fund athletics.
Right.
And our first guest will be Nick Bursik, the director of athletics, and he'll drive that point home. This isn't about funding the athletic department. This is about the amenities that come with it. This is about the extras. It's an extra set of workout gear. It's a team retreat. We're going to supplement the budget to pay for a trip that we're going to send our team on. It's those kind of things. It's not, we can't buy protective equipment.
No.
Afford the bus.
This is not keep us from going under kind of territory. Right. That's not what this is about. This is about enhancing the experience, really. There's money in the pipeline, obviously, every year, and the budget is always set for athletics. And, if you're worried about that, people watching at home, that's not the case here. This is just a case of helping the athletes have the best, experience possible, the coaches, the staff, everyone. So, we appreciate the generosity, obviously, as the athletic department, but this is about making it the best experience that it can be to be a Yellow Jacket. And, that's really what it comes down to.
Over the first 5 years of this telethon, we've been able to raise nearly $300,000, and every penny of that comes in goes directly to the student-athlete experience here. And obviously this year is another one of those years where we want to keep bumping up that number a little bit. We set a record last year with just over $72,000 that we were able to bring in during this short time that we are on the air here, and we're hoping that we can bump that up a little bit more. Will we? We don't know.
Right.
It's kind of a year-to-year thing.
Yeah.
I know there's some that think, well, you should always bring in a little bit more money every single year. It doesn't work that way. It's like golf. Your score doesn't go down every time you play.
No, it's every year's a little bit different, and we're hoping that people will be generous this year as well. But it's been successful, and you're seeing, I think, dividends on how the teams are competing. So, it's been a big moneymaker. Like I said, $72,000 last year, right around there. And, hopefully we'll be able to do more. We'll see how the day unfolds. But, it's been a good moneymaker for the athletic department for the last few years. And, we'll see where it goes today.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com is the development website where you can learn more about the Champions Club, different alumni events that are going on, the capital projects that the department is trying to develop over the course of the next several years. You'll hear about some of that with Mr. Bursik when he comes in to talk about SCCU Stadium, which opened in the last year, and some of the other projects that are coming down the pipe, we hope. So that is the overarching website. The actual URL to make your donation today is give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. You see that at the bottom of your screen. And if you are technologically inclined, unlike my mother, and you see the little QR code in the corner, go ahead and scan that, and you can make your donation right there off of your device. My mother would probably take a picture of it and say that this thing doesn't work, and then you look in the photos on her phone, and she's got 12 QR codes in there. So, it's not always for everybody, but if you are so inclined, go ahead, scan that code, and you can make your donation right off the bat here today. So a lot will be happening over the course of the next several hours. We'll hear from every single head coach in our department, and you'll get a chance to hear about their seasons, whether they are completed now, whether they're in the heat of it, whether they're in the stretch drive of it. You're going to hear some success stories about another championship season here, another championship there, the NCAA tournament. You're going to hear about facilities being open, trips that teams have gone on, a lot of feel-good stuff, and it's all because of the money that we make today.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the stuff those are the factors that we hope people understand, is that it all builds up to the same thing. And, right now it's a good time for Yellow Jacket Athletics in terms of the number of teams that are having good success. Just about every team is highly competitive right now on campus, so that's a good thing. And these little things like these fundraisers and getting that extra money in can make all the difference in the world as to pushing the athletes and allowing the athletes to compete at a higher level.
So scan that code at the bottom of the screen, go to that URL, and make your donation to one of our programs. And again, every penny that comes in over the course of this day is going to go directly to the experience of our student athletes here at UW Superior. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back on the telethon, we'll get things started with the Director of Athletics, Nick Bursik. This is the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon on Yellow Jacket TV. We're back on the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon, and we're very happy to be joined by the Director of Athletics here at UW Superior, Nick Bursik. And I guess the appropriate place to start is let's let you make your plea, and then we'll kind of get into some of the success stories that we've seen as a department over the course of the last 12 months.
Certainly. Yeah, I would say, and I'm sure you'll hear it throughout today, today is really about our student athletes and our programs. And today has always been critical we've been doing this for several years now. It's always been critical for us to develop the resources we need to support our student athletes, support our programs. And we're excited for today. fundraising for a variety of initiatives that are going to directly impact our student athletes. Things from team retreats, culture building activities. Those are foundational for us in many regards in terms of building teams, building relationships, giving us that foundation for our coaches to build off of. Things that are directly tied to performance. So some equipment, some video software, some tools that our athletes need in order to help enhance their performance, help cultivate our competitive success, and then a variety of other initiatives and things that directly impact the experience of our student athletes. So things from apparel, things from trips, a wide variety of our recovery tools, our strength training tools. All those aspects ultimately play into enhancing the experience for our student athletes and growing us competitively. So we've been incredibly thankful of the gifts received to date and hopeful that we can continue to build off of those and continue to provide our student athletes a rewarding experience because it is paying dividends.
We were very clear in the very beginning that this isn't an ask to fund the athletic department because we are a funded department. So it is not a situation of we need this for protective equipment. We need this to be able to afford a bus. This is for the amenities and the enhancements that go along the way.
Yep, absolutely. We're very fortunate to have an institution that believes in us, believes in the value that we provide to our student athletes from a holistic, comprehensive perspective, and having the funding and support to do that. So that really positions us to work with our donor base, work with our supporters, our alumni, to really help enhance the student athlete experience and provide them new amenities, new experiences that do fall outside of the typical operating budget. So yeah, everything we're fundraising today isn't about operations, isn't about us just having a season. It's about how can we grow the experience, how can we grow our student athletes and our teams and provide them the tools to do so.
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the URL. It's pasted across the bottom of your screen, so you can go there and make your donation to any of the Yellow Jacket athletic programs or to the athletic department as a whole, because the teams have needs, but the department does as well, and we'll touch a little bit on that in a couple of minutes. But let's talk about a little bit of the success, because 24-25 has been another really good year for this department.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into the year, we knew we had some pretty high-level competitive teams that had aspirations, and they've delivered. Every season has been exciting to watch, starting with a very strong fall sports season, seeing all those teams compete to a high level, obviously earned several championships, NCAA tournament berths, all of that, transitioning that right into winter, seeing our winter teams be successful, continuing to grow, and now we're seeing it in our spring sports as well, too. Last year, I would say we used the term historic. It is proving to be, knock on wood, I know we have a few weeks left and some big games ahead of us, but, it's shaping up to be another historic year for us in terms of the competitive success of our student athletes, our coaches. That's a credit to the work that they put in. And a lot of that does get back to the support we receive from our donors and our supporters to allow us to have that level of competitive success and make that impact for our student athletes.
You end up with a fall sports season where your men's soccer team goes on a historic run, gets into the Sweet 16, finishes the year nationally ranked, and they had the opportunity, along with track and field and women's soccer, to come home in October with the opening of the stadium. Talk a little bit about that moment.
Yeah, that was very exciting. I'd say that was one of my personal highlights for this year. What a lot of people don't know is that project started in 2018. So a lot of work got into that to finally get us to a point where we were opening the stadium, having our grand opening, and then really seeing the impact it would have on our teams. And we're excited to see that impact continue, especially as we near into our outdoor season. I know our outdoor track athletes have been using it and enjoying having a new competitive environment for them to train in at this season in particular. But the stadium hopefully is phase one of other projects that we have planned and other areas that we can continue to support our student athletes, both from a training perspective and then certainly from a competitive perspective.
Yeah, I think he summed it up pretty well. I think that was probably the highlight for me this year, and I think, John, was for you. I think the entire department was really, really excited about the whole thing. There was a lot of attendance and a lot of people that came out just to see the stadium get opened up. But obviously, with men's, women's soccer and men's, women's outdoor track and field, that was a big thing was to be able to, have a facility on campus, which they, all four of those teams have been kind of, chomping at the bit to get back to campus because they really wanted to be here. And it just opens up a lot of new possibilities. So those are the kind of things, though, that days like today help make possible, is being able to put that money back towards that and being able to fund things like that. And the stadium, there's still some work to be done on the stadium. Mm-hmm. And so, some of the money today could go for that as well. So that's kind of the main point of days like today is kind of, what you were kind of alluding to is the enhancement side of things, because the stadium is a big enhancement. No question about it for those teams, and they would tell you that, straight up. I mean, I know the track and field guys especially have been really excited about running on it. I haven't talked to any of the women yet, but it's those are the kind of things that we're aiming for today, are things like that makes things like the stadium possible. And it's great that that plan, which started in 2018, now is coming to fruition. It took some time, but and there are other enhancements, facilities enhancements, quote unquote, that are in the works as well. So. Hopefully down the road, days like today, again, we'll continue to be able to fund those events as well, or those facilities as well.
You made reference, it's a good segue, Matt, because you said phase one.
Mm-hmm.
How many phases are there? Where are we in phase two, I guess, if we are anywhere in a phase two? And knowing how slow the wheels move on these things at the state level, how long until you start to maybe see some things happening with a phase two and or a phase three?
Yeah, great question. I will first say we are very thankful to have a supportive chancellor who sees the impact that we make to our student athletes, the experience, certainly from a recruitment and retention standpoint, the value of athletics, but understanding, the spaces we use are immensely critical to the experiences that we can provide. So with that, we do hope the stadium is a phase one and that we're able to see other facilities be renovated or be built to support our teams. We have a lot of irons in the fire right now. Certainly there's a need for baseball, softball fields, enhance our tennis courts, even renovate aspects of our wellness center, continuing to enhance amenities in our gymnasium, locker room spaces, weight room spaces, and then even Westman Arena and upgrading some things there. We're able to do some small enhancements. We try to do some small enhancements in just about all of our spaces as we can, but we're to the point too where we need some major renovations and major work done. And certainly the state process is a process. Like I said with the stadium, it took us ultimately about 6 years to get from idea and concept to finished construction. We're trying to move at a quicker pace now that we've gone through a process. We've built up partners and have a strong narrative for the need for our facilities. But it is a process, and ultimately, one thing that can help speed up our process, though, is donor support, and that truly does make an impact. Whether it's a smaller gift that helps us do amenities and enhancements, or a larger capital gift that pushes a project to construction, any type of gift towards our facilities are immensely critical. And I would say too, we're a campus that likes to have conversations and likes to, throw out ideas. So, we're always open to donors approaching us too, in terms of asking where they can support or what projects we have, or where their needs or their interests may lie. Those are collaborative conversations, and we're always welcome to that as well. But ultimately, to answer your question, we do hope our stadium is phase one, and there's a phase two and a phase three that help us address those other needs for our other teams.
I know that the athletes are never shy about saying we need more space, we need more practice time, we need more consistency with practice time, we need all of these things. You're going to give yourself a little bit of a traffic jam here because you announced here a short time ago that you're adding 3 more sports, 2 at the club level, 1 at the varsity level, and that is definitely going to strain facilities a little bit more, is it not?
Yeah, we know going into adding these 3 new sport offerings that it will put some increased facility pressures on us, but we're doing it in a way that, we also have some other balls moving on the facility side, and we're hopeful that those can be short-term challenges or opportunities we work through internally. But we have a staff committed about the student athlete experience, where it's not just about my program, my team, recognizing, okay, we do have or will have 20 teams, and 2 at the club level, so 22 teams in total. Gearing up to have around 425 student athletes, we need to look at the collective good of their experiences together and understanding, we're going to have to work a little bit more collaboratively until we can get the facilities launched and built and constructed too. So we are excited about the 3 new sport offerings. Certainly women's lacrosse has been a sport that has been growing in our region. We're seeing it at the high school level. We're seeing a good community being built in the Twin Ports area too. So we're excited about where our lacrosse program can go. Obviously that program will be a year out, so it'll have a full year of recruiting. But we're moving right ahead with our club offerings too. We have 2 successful NCAA teams in our men's hockey team and our men's soccer team. Those are sports that we consistently get student interest in. So adding club, we hope to provide more student athletes with those opportunities to compete while they're enrolled at UWS, to have those experiences as well. They'll look a little bit differently, obviously, than our NCAA programs, but they'll still be rooted in providing a great student-athlete experience, a competitive experience, a comprehensive, holistic experience, but something that we hope is rewarding to students and complements their educational journey.
And the 2 club programs you're anticipating will be competing fall 2025.
Yeah, that is our goal. We have some things in the work too, so I would say check out social media, check out some of our announcements and websites probably coming in the upcoming weeks. But yeah, that's our goal of moving forward, and we're really focused on launching those programs yet this upcoming academic year.
Over the course of the years that we've been doing this telethon, the first 5 years, funds that came in directly for the athletic department went a lot of different ways. I mean, some of it is being used right now as we speak, as we purchased equipment so we could stream events like this or stream our games once we brought those in-house on Yellow Jacket TV. We've utilized those funds to do a lot of different things. What are you looking for in particular this year that you would like to bring in some funds for?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, at some point, I need to turn the question to you to talk about the impact that the gifts have on your team. But undoubtedly, gifts to our athletics department, our general fund, can have the greatest impact because we invest those in areas that really impact all of our teams, all of our student athletes. So this year we have 2 main asks, although we always have a laundry list of things too that we always try to fundraise for. But a few years ago, we dedicated some space in our newly renovated athletic training room to do a recovery zone that has massage chairs, tools for recovery, that see a high amount of use from our student athletes, which is great, right? That's why we did it. And we want to aid in their recovery for their competitive success. So we would like to have a little bit more tools for that recovery space just to help equip the amount of student athletes that come through and use it. And then certainly with our strength staff, more equipment is always a valuable tool for them. They want to do some timing gates to help with some speed and some drills that they do. So having the latest technology will only enhance what they do. And ultimately, if I look at some of the investments we've made as a department over the past several years of what has really aided our competitive success, it's in the sports medicine, sports performance realm that, I think directly have an impact on performance. And both our sports medicine team through Essentia and the recovery zone, that's a key part, but then also making our athletes stronger, faster is a big part too. So those would be the 2 big asks that we're asking for from a department perspective that have an ability to impact all of our teams. So if that's an opportunity that speaks to a donor, we would certainly encourage that. But let me flip it on you, because this year we launched Yellow Jacket TV. We've invested a ton in our creative content. Talk about what that impact has had to the student athletes, their experience, but also how donors' gifts have made it all possible.
I almost feel like we should bring Holden over here to talk about that, because he's been the one tasked with making this work. He's the brains of the operation, really. And he's the one who does the research and says, okay, we need to do this. This piece of equipment can work here. This piece of equipment won't work here. And he's really been the one that's kind of taken it and run with it, and allowed us to make a very seamless transition from IFAN all those years into Yellow Jacket TV. And the response we've got has been fantastic, whether it's the quality of our broadcasts or the the social media stuff that we put out, I mean, or we're the envy of a lot of schools, not just within our conference, but within the region. And I mean, you even hear some of it nationally when you go to the conventions. So I think everything that we've brought in, it's had a huge impact, not just on the current student athlete, but on the prospective student athlete, because recruits know what we do. They see the TikTok stuff. They want to do a mic'd up. They want to do these different things that we are doing here. They want to be a part of it because of what this team has done, and donations that come in on a day like this are directly responsible for that.
Yep.
That's how I would answer that.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer. And, you know, I will echo too. Not only do I hear it from regional peers, national peers, but I hear it from our student athletes constantly. The value of the content, whether it's our streaming, allowing their parents, their family members, their friends from back home. We have a large group of international students, right, that are very dependent on the quality of our stream just to see games, to see their son and daughter compete. So it's been very valuable there, but undoubtedly to the creative content and all the photos. You know, we're capturing the memories. The athletes are in it now, right? But it's such a memorable 4-year experience where I think they love the content now. They're going to love it more in 10, 15, 20 years when their playing days are done and they get to look back and see, oh, I can watch my old games. I can see my photos from my games. I can see my mic'd up and all the creative content to relive those experiences. And ultimately, you know, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a memorable experience for our student athletes. And certainly we want to be competitive along the way.
And I think, too, the other piece that goes with that is, and you've heard it plenty this year, Matt, just as I have, is the move to YouTube. When people can't make it to a game, but they can be home, they can bring up the YouTube app on their smart TV, and they get an HD broadcast of a Division III college sporting event. It's unexpected in a lot of ways, but it's taken us to a little bit of a different level.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, too, especially with the amount of international students, streaming is so critical for our families to be able to watch their athlete. But knowing that we're also streaming essentially every sport, too. You know, for us, it's in the region, it's very common to see, you know, the soccer, the basketball, those games be broadcasted, right? Those are seldomly custom, easy to do, not easy, wrong word, but
straightforward.
Straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, it's straightforward. That's straightforward broadcast.
Yeah, but like we're broadcasting tennis, we're broadcasting our home track meets. We're trying to showcase all of our teams, all of our student athletes, and everything that they're doing. And you know, that's a credit to the team, but also a credit to the donors that make it happen.
So we can get a blimp. Maybe we can do golf too.
There we go.
That's the wild card of the group right there. Yeah, no kidding.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. The QR code in the lower right corner of your screen will allow you to make a donation now to the athletic department as a whole or to any of our athletic programs. Director of Athletics, Nick Bursik, thanks for kicking us off today.
Thanks, guys. Quick
break, and we will come back on the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. We'll be joined by men's and women's cross country and track and field coach. That's a mouthful too.
Yeah.
Glen Drexler, he'll come in and talk about the success that his programs have seen this year when the Yellow Jacket Telethon on Yellow Jacket TV continues right after this.
On this region, all right, let's do it emphatically. Yellow Jacket, 2 ball 3.
We return on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website where you can make your donation is at the bottom of your screen. We also have the QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Feel free to scan that and make your donation at any time to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs, including cross-country and track and field. Glen Drexler is our first coach of the year here, so thank you for coming in. And we like to kick it off, and it's a great opportunity for you to brag and talk about program success, because over the last decade, I'm not sure anybody has enjoyed the success and put up as many banners as your programs have. So talk a little bit about the success your teams have seen this year.
Well, we got off to a good start in the fall, obviously. So we're going to keep trying to work off that, and indoor. The men did well, our women did well, but there were some teams that really came hard at us, and the women took a little bit of a back seat on that one. But we're trying to shoot for some outdoor success here in a couple weeks, and looking forward to that. But it comes down to got hardworking athletes, got really committed coaches. We got an administration that really backs us up, which is fantastic. So everybody's putting us in a good position to be able to be successful no matter what we're doing. So it's all about everybody but me. I just put us in the right direction, and everybody else does all the work. So
modesty.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this before when it comes to Glen. It's track and field and cross country there's sports that are somewhat intertwined because a lot of the athletes cross over. In fact, I think almost all of them cross over, don't they?
Mostly. There's a couple that don't, but yeah.
Yeah, but so when you factor in everybody, and especially having a men's and women's team for both of those, he's dealing with basically when we said this during our podcast with him, basically with a football team with their athletes. So it's hard to keep all of that going at the same time.
And it's a nonstop season. I mean,
yes.
Your programs don't get a break.
He's the only coach that we have that is basically coaching all year long, all year long, no matter what.
Don't remind me. Yeah. It's there's a lot. And you're right to the analogy of the football program. I mean, different event groups, different coaching groups, different lift programs, just talking with PJ about those things. I mean, it's never ending, and at times exhausting, but definitely rewarding. So, we appreciate all of the things that we get supported by, and this is the reason we're here today is the support we're looking for. So
yeah, and his teams have had plenty of success, and that makes it somewhat rewarding too to see the athletes actually be able to push and get the reward at the end of all that hard work that they put in all year, and same thing with the coaching staff. It's fun. If you haven't had the chance to go to watch one of Glen's teams compete, it's fun. I've enjoyed it. I enjoy watching it. I don't get a chance to see you guys as much as I'd like, but they're a fun group to watch compete.
Talk to me a little bit about what we're here for today. I know that you are, I think, just about every year we've done this, I've kind of referred to you as the godfather of the retreat, because you were the first one that said, you know what, I'm going to get my team out of here, and I'm gonna get them off campus for a few days. We're going to sequester them at a campground or something like that, where they have to be with each other, and they have to interact with each other, and they have to bond. Mm-hmm. Since then, just about every team in some way, shape, or form now has taken that lead and said, we're gonna do this too, because it works for him. We can make this work in our own special way. But Where did this come from? How did you come up with this idea that we need to do this?
Wasn't my idea.
Oh.
No, I
scratch everything I just said.
His team put it in the motion, but yeah.
No, I mean, here's the thing. There's always been a thing with cross-country programs, getting an opportunity to do this kind of thing, a retreat, partially to just get to run together, get to be together, and I had seen it all over the place, and we were just never able to do it here at UWS until I bit the bullet and tried to find a way to make it work, and it's definitely grown a lot since then, and to some degree, like our cross program has really enjoyed it for a lot of reasons, but ultimately the big thing is they do come together and become a family at that moment, that's the key, right? But I've got my track team who I don't get to do those things because until recently NCAA rules just didn't allow us
Right.
to be together in the fall or whatever. So we wouldn't get together till January. And now we're
You've lost half a year.
Half a year, and we're in the winter, and we can't really go out and have a campfire. So, we can, but it's not always ideal.
Right.
I don't think they'd think too kindly of me putting up a bonfire in the middle of our infield, track here either. So.
Probably not.
Yeah. So, but now, that's what we're, our goal is for track this fall is to do some of that as well with our track program, to take them to potentially to the same location we have with our cross and start to build something a lot earlier, which, there's been years, and it happens every year really, that we tend to lose a few bodies before the season begins because they've got a lot of options and a lot of things, and they get distracted. And to be honest, a lot of them lose academic, focus because they just don't have anything to guide them.
Right.
Well, with these changes in the rules that allow us to be together more often, this is just a blessing, honestly. Now we get to be together and become a family, become a team earlier. So all the lessons we've learned from cross country over the years can now be applied earlier to track, which is really good for all of us, honestly.
Helpful too for the cross country group that it's before classes start,
Mm-hmm.
so they truly have no distraction. They have nothing else they need to be worrying about. They can just be there in that moment.
Yeah, no, that's what I think what really is pretty special. I mean, we kind of joke with them, this is the closest we'll ever get to be to professional, because there's nothing else going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's running and being a team and, doing that kind of stuff. So it's pretty cool. And, that's where, the track ones we'll deal with a little bit of class time and stuff, but we'll still get away and be able to focus on just being a family for a little bit, which is pretty cool.
You, at your retreat, do a huge meal.
Mm-hmm.
How important is that one really big meal that you do with that team?
Yeah, we talk about it, and I know you're kind of prompting this a little bit, and throughout history, you see, the Last Supper, right? I mean, people gather around a table, break bread for a purpose, and it's to come together and to make sure that we're all on the same page on something. So that's what we do. We come together around the table to share a meal together, usually having somebody learning how to serve. Leadership is about serving,
Yep.
And so we're having our upperclassmen typically prepare a meal, serve a meal, because at some point they got to learn. Mm-hmm. It's not about them. It's about what you can do for your team, your family, others, period. And so that's what that meal is about. It's even more than the meal. It's a good meal. It's tasty. We all enjoy it. We need sustenance, but in the end, we're learning how to serve. We're learning to take care of each other, and we're coming together for a purpose. And it's a special thing. I kind of remind them when it's happening too of think about what you're doing here. Mm-hmm. Why we're doing this. So their eyes kind of open up a little bit. Oh, hey, this is cool.
Yeah, it's not just eating.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have like it catered or something and have people bring in food, but when you have actual team members preparing it, that's a true, I think, bonding experience because now it becomes more of the family is cooking for the family and the family is eating together now. Mm-hmm. That's sort of, because that goes right back to foundational stuff, being in the house, however many mother and father and hopefully, however many kids. Because that's what happened every day in my family, we were eating meals that were made by my mom.
Yep.
And that it's there's something more special about that than just simply going to a place and saying, hey, we're all going to eat, together in a big cafeteria and they're just going to serve us a bunch of food.
Well, and I think there's more to it too. I mean, you said not everybody has the parents.
Right. Yeah.
And so we're showing them what
you hope so, but
what can be, right?
Yep.
And we want them to feel like this is important.
Right.
And know that our upperclassmen, our teammates, our coaches are there for them and care about them. That's important.
Yeah, that's what my mom used to, there's one of the more obvious ways that you can show that you care for somebody by cooking for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, that's I think that's a really cool aspect of your retreat is that you do have the upperclassmen do that. That's very cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. You see it across the bottom of your screen, and you can make a donation to help the track and field and cross-country programs raise money for their team retreats, which are foundational in their development of that team culture that they need to continue raising banners and winning championships. So, Coach Drexler, thanks for coming in and being our first guest.
Thanks for having me, guys.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back and be joined by volleyball coach Lynne Deadrick as the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon continues right after this on Yellow Jacket TV. We're back on the 6th Annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG, is across the bottom of your screen. Log on to that now and make your donation to benefit Yellow Jacket Athletics or any of our programs, including the Yellow Jacket volleyball team. And we will segue into our conversation with head coach Lynne Deadrick. Coach, thanks for coming in. And we're kind of starting all of these off with sort of a state of the program kind of thing. Let's talk about the season that just passed for you. And it was a successful run for the volleyball team, getting to that conference championship game again, upsetting a nationally ranked Northwestern team. It was a good campaign for your team.
Yeah, it was a wonderful year, coming off some great wins, and started off with our tournament in Texas and went 4-0 down there. And that's always fun to be on the road and doing a little bit of a trip and then winning on the side against some great competition as well and stuff. And then the season just kind of started to roll for us there and getting into the conference play and things like that. Moving forward, we played Northwestern, like you say, and we were able to beat them at home in our second round against them. And yeah, it was a great feeling.
You have that trip at the beginning of the year, and I mean, typically once you get into the meat of the conference schedule in late September and into October, it's tough to get out and do something like that. So important at the very beginning of the year to be able to put the team on a bus, take them south, and be able to have some of those experiences before school starts. They don't have any other distractions. They can just kind of be together, be a team, and bond. You don't get to do it every year. Do you see a difference when you do get to take a trip like that at the start of the year?
Oh, absolutely. I think, team bonding plays a big part of every team moving forward. And the off years, as I would call them, would be the non-travel year. And we try to travel every other year. So this year coming up, we'll also be looking to do a team retreat with our team, just because of the bonding experiences are such a critical part of developing that team chemistry and things moving forward.
That's fair enough. I mean, because we've talked a lot about the retreats already.
Yeah.
We talked about one with Glen. That the fact that he has his upperclassmen, cook for the underclassmen, which is that's on a retreat. That's a pretty big deal. Other teams are also all about the retreat too. There are going to be other teams that will talk about the retreat, I'm sure, as the day goes on. But it's a real experience. It's a real bonding experience, and it's one of those situations where. The athletes, especially if there's a bunch of newcomers coming in, it's important to be able to get to know each other, not just in the realm of your sport, but also just as people. And a lot of that, can happen on a retreat. It's like, well, in the case of volleyball, yeah, we know that you guys can play this position, or you can play defense, you can play offense, you can set, you can swing and hit the ball well. But how do you really know who it is that you're bumping or setting to? Do you really know that person as a person? And that's really kind of the biggest. To me, that's the biggest key in terms of team success, is being able to realize that who you're playing with is also your friend and is also going to have your back at the end of the day, and is someone that you're going to also spend time with away from your sport. When you're not in season or whatever. So that's what retreats really do. They kind of kick that into motion, kind of start that up. And then, as we've seen for years and years, it creates lifelong friendships, that kind of bonding experience. So, yeah, I mean, we like I said, we'll hear a lot the word retreat today, but it really is vital to the success of our program, I think.
What does a retreat for your team look like? What do you like to do with them? Where do you like to go with them? What does that look like?
Well, we like to do team bonding, such things as activities that they wouldn't necessarily do around volleyball. We've done in the past different competitions where you can't practice or be good at them, like human ring toss, for example, where you take a pool noodle and you tie it together and, throw it at somebody else. And
yes, I got it.
You're good at that. And,
I'm hearing human ring toss. I'm thinking, okay.
You get points for your team or whatever, and you're kind of competing, but in things that you can't be really good at. Fill a bucket with holes in your glass or something like that, ideas that we come up with, and then kind of get our kids to work together. So it's kind of building teamwork, building camaraderie, bow and arrow, maybe even, things that you are not really practicing, right? To be good at, or slingshot or things like that. So it's an opportunity for us to just bond and be together and talk about things, opportunities to just grow and learn and converse about a lot of different things to build our team and try to talk about, what kind of a team do we want to be, and the behaviors and the standards that we want to set, and just kind of move forward in establishing that within our program.
Where do you like to go?
Well, we've gone to a few of the YMCA parks and things like that on overnights, and just have opportunities then to swim and kayak and canoe races and things like that, things that they don't get to practice, and kind of make it a competition and stuff, but make it fun.
Well, getting away from the sport too, like the sport that you're shows that's important, because otherwise you do have that tendency sometimes to maybe burn out, because you don't want to be all about volleyball all the time. There has to be a break in there somewhere, and you have to give them the opportunity to, like I said, get to know things about each other outside of the sport of volleyball, and get to know them as people, because people, we talked about this a lot on the podcast and everything else. One of the things that people get too bogged down in is, what a great volleyball player, and that's it. Right. But it's important to realize that these are people. These are individuals. They have different views of the world. They have different experiences. They come from different backgrounds. They have different interests, maybe academically. So it's important to get to know them on that kind of level, and that's what retreats really are for. And it's, you take them out, and just about everybody I think that we've talked to takes their retreat somewhere that is a little bit remote, just because they want to be able to get away from all of this for just a bit.
And hopefully the cell phone doesn't work out there too.
Right, yeah, exactly. And just be together and just have fun together. let's have some fun, and get to know each other that way. So.
What else are we raising money for this year? I know you got two different things. So the retreat is one. What's the other?
Well, we are actually fundraising for jump boxes this year, which is something that we use every day in practice. And I guess in volleyball, our sport, you can never take away the opportunity to limit your jumps in practices and things like that. So jump boxes are a critical piece to just our practice daily routine and things like that. So we are fundraising for those this year, and still trying to figure out who's going to build those for us. But once we figure that out,
Shane Deadrick might have some time this summer.
He might have some time. I'm counting on Shane to be my last resort, but he might be my first as well. And then we are also fundraising for some gear.
Okay.
I think, when you're traveling and things like that, you don't always have those opportunities to get that additional gear and things like that. So I think just looking forward to getting some new sweatshirts and things like that, as part of wearing the apparel and showing it off and, branding and things like that. I think that's always a great idea for us moving into this fundraising season.
Explain the jump box quick. Is this is it a plyometric box where you're training on it, or explain that?
It's a 4x4 sheet of plywood on top of a 18-inch build that elevates the box up, and so like when we're hitting, we can take standing hits from the box. We can take arm swings without having to utilize the jump and save our legs and stuff going into a week of training. It also is used in blocking and things like that. We put multiple people up on the block, and then they're blocking, and they have that ability then to just screen out an area. Defense can read behind the block and not having to jump again. A lot of times during the practice.
It's literally like a big step.
Yep.
Like you take a big
I
step.
understand what it is, but for the people who might not know, I wanted her to make
They're quite large. They're quite large.
Yeah,
yes.
they're huge.
Yeah.
They're huge.
So, but they are also, I've watched a lot of volleyball teams use them over the years, and it does help with the wear and tear on the legs for sure. So, and that's really what they're for, is not just, for blocking purposes, but they also give the hitters a chance to just kind of see over the top and then finish out on a swing. And there's a lot of different things you can do with them.
So Shane, get ready. Get yourself a new skill saw. You're going to be doing some work here over the summer, building these boxes and everything. So maybe he will, maybe he won't. I don't know. But he's not going to be doing anything this summer. So we'll just prod him a little bit that way anyway.
All right.
The website across the bottom of your screen, you can log on to that and make your donation now, or scan the QR code in the lower right corner and make your donation. Help the Yellow Jacket volleyball team reach their fundraising goal. Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break, and we will come back with more of our Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this on Yellow Jacket TV.
Let's put our stamp on this region. All right, let's do it emphatically. Yellow Jacket, 2-3.
pinch and need a meal fast? Turn to your local Super One Foods. Whether it be wings and dip for watching the big game, or simply a delicious healthy meal that's sure to satisfy even the picky eater in your family, we have you covered with convenient grab-and-go food options, all at the affordable prices you've come to expect. So leave the cooking to us and stop by your neighborhood Super One Foods, serving you lower prices and better choices.
With me today, we're gonna have a good time. You've convinced me. I'm ready to switch my account. Oh my gosh! Specific answer. They're learning quick. Can we Google it? Whatever. Okay. He's a quick study.
There's so many words I want to say. Be careful. It is a love story.
You bet it is.
Fair.
I wasn't done.
Ask the questions that you think are silly. Thank you for joining. Bye.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its
We're back on the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG across the bottom of your screen. And we are happy now to be joined by Yellow Jacket head baseball coach CeeJay Oakes. And Coach, I always feel like when we do this day, there's one program that always seems to have more money come in. And I feel like it's baseball.
Baseball's had a lot.
But
Yeah.
I don't think there's a sport that relies more heavily on fundraising, and it's not exclusive to Superior, than baseball does. I feel like baseball programs have to raise more money than everybody else. Why do I feel that way?
Correct. I think just all the equipment that goes into it. You know, you got to think balls, bats, machines, helmets, uniform. There's a lot of
Footwear.
Involved,
There's
a lot of travel, you know. Going on the spring trip is a significant amount of money, and then just all the road games that we have to play, especially for up here in the weather that we get. So I think you're right though. Yeah, baseball in general, just you need to fundraise a lot of money to be able to just support the program and support the guys and give them the best possible experience.
I feel like though you've got a really nice donor base because the baseball program consistently, you know, when those emails come in, not just on the day of giving, throughout the entire year. When those emails come in for Champions Club or whatever it is, we get far more baseball that comes in than any other sport. And it says a lot about the donor base that you have. You've got a good group of people here.
For sure. I think it just all starts with culture and creating great people. You know, when you have great people part of your program, and you see the guys do good things, not only on the field, but more importantly off the field, academically, within the community. That's been a big push for the last 4 years of getting our guys out in the community, serving the community. just being overall good people. And when people see that, people want to support that.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, yeah, we all want to win baseball games. We want to win as much as we can on the field. But to me, winning is what you do off the field as well. And sometimes that's more important, and sometimes people are willing to give more for what they see you doing within the community, what they see you doing academically in the whole work. So I think that's been a big push of ours is to get our guys out in the community and to get our guys doing wonderful things off the field. And I think people notice that and see that and want to give back to support that.
I think that's definitely true. I mean, when you see all these guys in black and yellow working with SYO and the youth baseball organization in town, that definitely plays a role in that. People want to be part of that when they see what these people are doing for their children. The other part of it, you've got good people in your clubhouse. They come from a good group of parents because, make no mistake, a chunk of these donations come out of mom and dad's pockets.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got a good group of parents as well that help foster that culture.
100%, and that's the main initiative, the main goal of recruiting is recruit good kids from good families. And when you do that, good things happen.
Yeah.
And the families want to support their kids. They see that they're having a good experience here, both on and off the field, and they want to continue to give back so they can continue to get a better experience. So it's absolutely crucial. So we just brought up to our guys the other day, and I have to take this to heart too. I share with them, and I have to take it to heart too. But you're not defined by wins and losses. You're not defined by the awards that you win. You're defined by the impact that you make on other people.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's about making an impact and serving others, and being as good a person, being a greatest teammate, just simply caring about others, and then just working hard and living by those 4 standards, and that's when you'll be rewarded.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster, I guess, this year, a little bit up and down. And I mean, honestly, as we record this on Wednesday, you played yesterday. Yesterday's game was kind of a microcosm of the whole season. It was up 100%. And down. I mean, it perfectly mapped it out in 3 hours, didn't it?
100%. The part that I like, they don't stop fighting.
Mm-hmm.
We've been down, I think, the last 4 or 5 games straight. We've had significant. We were down by more than 3 runs in all those games, and we fought back to tie them up, and we just can't quite close out a game right now. And like you said, that's been the story of the year. Like, they don't stop fighting. Like, we don't get blown out. We're in every single game. It's just the team has not found a way to kind of get over that hump and to take something, to go get something, to fight back, to tie it up, and then to take it and not give it back. And so we just got to continue to learn and grow, and we have some important games here coming up, and we're not out of it. And that's the biggest thing. That's why I want our guys to keep fighting till the very end. Fight till the very last pitch of the year.
Yep.
Fight until they pull you off that field, and we'll be completely fine. So, yeah, the results haven't quite been there. I think the expectations were so high. But sometimes, you can do all the right things and not get the results that you want. And that's just this game. I've told our guys throughout the whole year, this is one of the most fun games you can play, but also one of the most frustrating.
Yeah.
Because you can do all the right things and still not get results. You can hit balls as hard as you can, but they can go right at somebody.
Yep.
And then you're pitching, and you can give up some bloops and bleeders and dinks and dumps.
Yep.
So you're doing all the right things. You're not getting the results, and that's why this game is so hard.
Yep.
And you have to embrace the hard, and you have to embrace the downfalls and embrace the quote unquote failures. And it's about how you respond to those things. So I think we've been tested tremendously this year. Things have not gone our way. It just feels like when we hit balls hard, they go at people, and then when we're pitching, they find weak contact and they find a hole. And it's the way it's been all year long. And at the end of the day, you can almost just laugh and smile and know that hopefully
at some point
in
that
the
has
end
to
it
turn.
won't even.
Yeah. You hope the odds eventually go your way. I mean, baseball and softball especially are kind of classified as sports of failure, where you're expected to fail 7 out of every 10 times, at the plate. I mean, that's almost an expectation.
And that's if you're really good.
Yeah, and that's if you're really good at it. So, it is one of those things. And then, sometimes, like you said, it feels like, everything is kind of stacked against you. But I will say this about your team. They never stop. That's for sure. It's a good group of guys in terms of their attitude. And it's really hard for a group of 18 to 22-year-olds not to get frustrated when things like that happen. So, kudos to the coaching staff and being able to keep them kind of up and upbeat and the energy good, because it can be tough when things aren't going your way. That's for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
So let's talk about what we're here raising money for today. Your team, one specific ask. You mentioned machines earlier, and this is a big one. You need a pitching machine.
Yeah, it's the latest technology hack attack pitching machine. We have a couple hack attacks, but they don't have the technology that this one has. This one has basically a computerized system within it that you can control pitch speeds, pitch type, spin. You can throw 2-seam fastballs, 4-seam fastballs, kind of whatever pitch anyone has in their repertoire, you can replicate on this machine. So it's as close you can get to live at bats without a pitcher throwing. And obviously we're inside so much.
Right.
We've had 4 team practices outside on a baseball field this year, and otherwise we've been inside. So we need this type of technology and this type of machine to be able to replicate live at bats, because our guys can't throw every single day either. So it's a way to replicate. Like the machines right now, you can't really set a certain speed. You kind of just guess, where this machine you can put, I want an 82-mile-an-hour fastball, and I want this type of spin. So you can really get it down and pinpoint it to what you want to see. So the machine will move, like you can sequence pitches. Obviously, when you set up a regular machine and you have it at fastball, fastballs are coming every time.
Right.
This one you can program fastball, breaking ball, changeup, fastball.
You can make it like an actual at bat.
Exactly. So they have no idea what's coming. So
so much different than the old
Oh my
machine
God.
I had in high school,
exactly.
where it was 70 miles right down the middle.
Yeah,
That's what you hit.
Yep. And you know exactly what's coming.
The only thing you were really doing at that point was just working on your mechanics.
Yep.
Like that's
But this one you don't know if a breaking ball's coming, fastball's coming. So it'll be a pretty awesome machine, and our guys I think will benefit greatly from it.
Your team also has an interesting aspect on the fundraise, because we have a match program in place. So we had a donor give a $2,000 match, meaning he will match the first $2,000 that come in. So that will definitely help you get over the hump on the machine, because they're not cheap.
No,
none of these machines that you have to get are cheap. So we have a $2,000 match in play for the baseball program, and help them achieve that and get this machine that they so desperately need with all these indoor practices. So give.uwsyellowjackets.com is the website. Across the bottom of the screen, scan the QR code in the lower right corner and make your donation to Yellow Jacket Baseball. Coach, thanks for coming by.
Absolutely. Appreciate all the support.
We'll take a quick break, and we will come back with more of the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this. We're back on the 6th Annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Scan the QR code in the lower right-hand corner and go ahead and make a donation to the athletic department here at UW Superior or to any of our programs in particular. If you have something that tugs at the heartstrings a little bit, maybe you have an extra $20 million burning a hole in your pocket. We've got stadium needs, as we talked about in the very first segment. So feel free to,
among other things,
feel free to hit us on Venmo with that one. And
right. Yeah.
If you have that kind of money, I'll give you my personal Venmo.
I'll be amazed at how quickly the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 take place with that.
Yeah, we're ready. We're up to phase 4 now.
We're already up to phase 4 all of a sudden. We skipped about 3 phases. Yeah.
Chances are we won't get a $20 million donation today,
No.
but a lot of small ones that all make an impact. And we will turn it over now to women's hockey as head coach Bree Simon has snuck in to join us. And don't mind the nervousness on her. This is her first go-round in the telethon. She's not the grizzled veteran like the rest of us are, so her first go-round. But, Coach, thanks for coming in. And we like to use the first couple minutes of this to season in review and talk to us about some of the success stories that you and your program had in your first season, because never easy coming in as a new head coach, as a first-time head coach. Obviously, those things aren't easy, but your club turned in a year that I think is probably safe to say above expectations.
Yeah, I think so. I was pretty proud of my group. I got the most as what I could out of them. Had a couple more wins than they did last year, which in my eyes is a success. So looking forward to next year as well, too.
And with a graduating class of 33, you have basically an entire new locker room
probably,
that you're going to get to work.
I bet it feels like
it's
that.
It's like one of the biggest senior classes in any sport I have ever seen, and that includes football. It's a huge group.
Just about everybody
that you are graduating. So you really have a chance to reset and to build this the way that you want to with a huge class coming in.
Yeah. I'm really excited for our next group coming in. I have 14 new girls.
26 stalls in the room, 14. Okay, more newbies than returners.
Yes. And then 10 returners. So going to be a brand new squad. But I'm very excited to now this is my group and my team essentially. And yeah, I'm really excited actually.
We had a chance, Matt and I, before we even started today, to talk a little bit about, because a big part of this is obviously talking specifically to your donors that are out there. And a population of donors is alumni.
Yep.
And you seem to have been very intentional about reconnecting with the alumni of this program.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. A lot of the alumni are my friends.
Okay, so it makes it easier.
Right, yeah.
So hopefully they'll give us some money just because I'll beg them for it. No, which is great. They are very supportive. As you saw over Alumni Weekend, a huge turnout for us. And hoping with 12 girls
12 new alumni.
Hopefully they'll give back a little bit more too. So.
Obviously, new alumni don't necessarily have the deep pockets that you're hoping for, but
it's all part of
it's all part of the give at that point, and more about the understanding your role as
it's establishing relationships for down the line. I mean, because you never know, where they're going to go in life, what they're going to end up doing, all that kind of stuff, and maintaining that connection is important. I mean, and that's one of the things I appreciated about you right away is even with alumni golf last year, there were some alums of the women's hockey program I hadn't seen in a long time that came back for it, and I thought that was pretty cool because it's that's infusing new life. And I told you before we even went on the air that I was excited to see some of them because I hadn't seen them in years, a lot of them. So it was really cool.
Or in Sage's case, heard them.
Right? Yeah. Well, yes. Okay. Sorry, Sage Patrick. Sorry, Sage.
I'm not sorry. I've said that to her before.
But
when she graduated, I said, I miss hearing you in the hallway. And
yes.
She sends me a note back. Seeing me, I'm like, no, hearing you. I always knew she was coming.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, she's very distinctive. But anyway, but it was great to see some of those alumni come back, though, just even for the golf outing. I mean, Bree had been on the job for less than, how many,
2 months.
Yeah, about 2 months.
Even.
Yeah, exactly. So, but those are the kind of relationships and the things you need to cultivate, down the road. And I will say this: it seemed like the ladies really enjoyed playing for Bree. Mm-hmm. So that's important too. It's just because they seem like they had full faith in you, and that's important. I mean, for a first-year coach, that's really kind of the biggest hurdle that you have. Mm-hmm. is to make sure that you let them know that you're there for them and you are going to support them no matter what, and we're going to go through this journey together. And it seemed like you were very successful in that first year.
Yeah, I'd say so. That was kind of my one thing that I wanted them to know when I first came in was the trust factor, and having that boundary of, well, I'm not your friend, but I'm going to tell you how it is, but also have that sympathy for you at the end of the day, that I'm here to help you, whether that's in school, whether that's on the ice or just in everyday life. I've been in their shoes before, and I know what they're going through on a day-to-day basis, and I wanted them to know that right from the get-go, and I think that's also why we were successful this year as well.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the business of the day. This is a fundraising day, and obviously each program has put forth a couple of different things that they are trying to raise money for today, whether it is facility related, whether it's team enhancements, whether it's bonding and retreats and apparel and all these different things. So women's hockey, what are you specifically raising money for?
Yeah, we're raising money for just team apparel and also locker room enhancements. Small things, but also can be really big things to help, for future players coming in, especially the locker room enhancements. Hopefully getting more kids, so maybe a couple new lockers built, or getting new paint job, new stick rack, whatever that is.
I was going to ask specifically, what does the enhancement mean?
Sorry.
I mean, what exactly are you looking to do in there?
Got ahead of myself. Sorry.
No.
That's
you're good.
That's the kind of things they want to hear.
Yeah. So that's kind of my what I want to do with the locker room, and kind of, I say, spice it up a little bit and put now kind of my twist on it, and not have it look so much like Dano, a guy, put his spin on it. So that's kind of what locker room enhancements will go for, and then obviously team apparel hopefully can. Every year I try to give the girls a Christmas gift, and so that's kind of something that would be going towards. And again, just helping, I have a whole new squad, so I'm gonna have to get as much apparel for them as I can.
And it's the athletes do get apparel. That's we're not saying that they aren't things, but you can always give them a little bit more, an extra hoodie or an extra set of workout gear, things like that. All of that is important and needed.
Yeah, and girls really want new shoes, like team shoes, so that's like another thing as well. But yeah, the school does quite a bit for us, and just kind of giving them a little extra, like you said.
Well, and I'm glad that she brought the word enhancement, because that's the word I used at the beginning, and this is all pretty much enhancing each of the programs,
right?
For what they're asking for, just things that these are not everyday needs. These are things that are going to make the experience better for everybody, and that's really the point of it all.
Yeah, and that all pays dividend down the line. Recruiting,
yes,
too,
exactly.
Which she's learning firsthand this year.
Yes,
you
exactly.
Have to recruit to replace half your team.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Very important things. So.
Yeah. And like I said, this is all about the student athletes, really. For the most part. I mean, the coaches and the assistant coaches obviously also can benefit from some of this stuff, the athletic department as a whole, but really it is about enhancing, the experience that the athletes themselves have while they're students here as well. So, I'm glad she brought that word up, enhancements, because that's what really what today is all about, is fundraising for enhancements for everybody across the board.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. It's across the bottom of your screen. Log on now and help the Yellow Jacket women's hockey program get their locker room enhancements and that extra apparel, maybe the shoes. Certainly don't need a pregame music speaker. We learned that this year. That thing rocks just fine. You're good there. So help them get the different apparel and enhancements that they need. So, Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with more of the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this on Yellow Jacket TV.
Let's put our stamp on this region. All right, let's do it emphatically. Yellow Jacket, 2-3.
When you're in a pinch and need a meal fast, turn to your local Super One Foods. Whether it be wings and dip for watching the big game, or simply a delicious, healthy meal that's sure to satisfy even the picky eater in your family, we have you covered with convenient grab-and-go food options, all at the affordable prices you've come to expect. So leave the cooking to us and stop by your neighborhood Super One Foods, serving you lower prices and better choices.
With me today, we're gonna have a good time. You've convinced me. I'm ready to switch my account. Oh my gosh! Specific answer. They're learning quick. Can we Google it? Whatever. Okay. He's a quick study.
There's so many words I want to say. Be careful. It is the love story.
You bet it is.
Fair.
I wasn't done.
Ask the questions that you think are silly. Thank you for joining. Bye.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its natural beauty. Our campus sits just minutes from the western tip of Lake Superior, the largest freshwater lake in the world. It's a superior place to be.
We return on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website across the bottom of your screen, the QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Make your donation now to Yellow Jacket Athletics as part of the campus-wide Superior Day of Giving. Every penny that comes in over the course of this day will go to benefit our student-athletes and their experience here. It doesn't go anywhere else. It doesn't go to... You designate where you want your gift to go. It has to go to that spot, and we will make sure that every penny that comes in benefits the student-athletes of the program of your choice. And this year, a little bit different this year. We've never sat down with one of the people behind the scenes of some of these things. You heard when Nick Bursik was here earlier talk about the importance of developing a strength and conditioning program here, and that starts with a head coach. And for him, in this case, also an assistant coach. Jess obviously isn't here, but we have Piotrowski on hand. And the program behind the programs. Yeah. You know, the work that gets put in. We've heard a few coaches talk about off-season workouts, in-season workouts, things like that. You're the brains behind that operation. So talk to us a little bit about the role that you play in the development of these athletes and their ability to compete.
Yeah, it's good. I'm just happy to be out of the basement and get out of the dungeon for a few minutes here and talk to you guys.
I got to see some light.
There you go, right? Yeah, no, it's fun this time of year for sure when I get to see the sun when I leave at night. But anyway, no, I very much see it as that. I look at myself as the stagehand of sorts, where if everything goes really well, hopefully no one has to realize that I did a whole lot of anything. But when things go wrong, there's certainly a lot of people that are coming back behind stage saying like, "What are you guys doing?" Yeah. So, I mean, obviously for us, it's our key is physical development, whatever that looks like for each sport. But along the way, right, I think we can continue to instill culture pieces, right? Working with our coaching staffs and making sure that the things that they're preaching at practice and the things that they're going through from a philosophy standpoint can also be ingrained in what we're doing physically. So, hopefully we've made some ground on that and we've developed better physical, the biggest thing is just making sure they can stay on the field or the court, the ice, if you will, for our hockey team. So that's the big push for us, is to see how we can develop this physically. And by no means do I think we have it all figured out, but hopefully we're doing a good job and the athletes feel that way too. So
what was the process like when you got hired? Because when you're the first-time head coach of something, especially something like strength and conditioning, you're coming in, you've got a dozen different head coaches who do a dozen different things. And some may be very hands-on with it and expect the athlete to report to them weekly of here's where I am on my lifts, here's where I am on my other training. Other ones completely hands-off. If you want to go in that room in the basement and do something, go ahead. If you don't, no big deal. How do you corral all of that in and kind of get all of that on the same page?
No, that's a big question, right? And now, almost 4 school years into this, it's really fun to think about my answer when I came here. Maybe you remember the interview or not. By the way, Garves was probably my favorite part of the interview, telling me ghost stories on my tour around campus. So good stuff there. But yeah, I
Shout
think
out to Meredith.
There you go. Yeah, when I first got here, I think you have that big juxtaposition of it's fun because it is a blank canvas and you don't really have all that history and what we've done in the past for strength and conditioning. But in other ways, it's scary. It's daunting. You're like, where do I start? I remember sitting down there that first being like, what do I do? Like, am I supposed to take inventory and figure out what we have? What do we want to change? Am I supposed to program and figure out what we want to do? Is this just these first few weeks? Are we just doing big picture vision things? Like, what do we want this to be? And I tried to do a whole lot of it. It was like drinking out of a fire hose, so to speak. And 4 years in, it looks way different than I would have ever imagined. But in a lot of ways, it's way better than I would have imagined. Mm-hmm. I think for a lot of it, there's that first year in particular, maybe the first two, it was, how can we make this look like pick a school or this experience? And that's just not how it works. I don't know if anybody else has had, any experience building their own business or doing something similar to that. It's never like you think. Right. So it's kind of changing things. It's like, how can I take some of those pieces and apply them, but give it our own little Yellow Jacket flair and our own UWS flair and make sure it works really well for what we're trying to do. And yeah, I mean, every year, even last year was a big push for Jess and I to sit back down and say, what do we really value? Like, what are the really important things we want each and every one of our... At that point, it was kind of talking about an internship because we've had a lot of student athletes come and want to intern with us. But what do we want our student athletes to take away from their experience here? When they say, my strength and conditioning experience was, what do they say? Yeah. Right? It's what do we get out of it? Again, like, I don't expect every athlete to paint it as, butterflies, bunnies, and unicorns. But at the same point in time, was it a more enjoyable experience? Do they have a good view on strength and conditioning? And they don't look at it as a punishment or as that box I have to check every time I'm down there. And hopefully we're building towards that. And then at the end of the day, right, I think a bit of it is, are they seeing some of those results? Again, the field, the court, the ice. Are they feeling like physically they're more prepared for whatever that rigor is they need to get done throughout their competition career? So,
and your first 2 years, you're solo. So you've got 17 different teams that are all vying for your attention and needing all of their different needs throughout. Then you get to bring Jess into the fold as an assistant coach. What has that meant?
Oh, it's been massive. Everything, right? Like, obviously, we joke about not seeing the sun. There would literally be days where I wouldn't see the sun those first 2 years, and Jess has been huge to just break up that workload. But in particular, her expertise, right? Being a college softball player and then playing professional softball, what that means to our baseball and softball coaches is huge. For those who don't know, she works with Team USA for their women's hockey program. Mm-hmm. So from a hockey standpoint, she's about as high as you can go in the game. So yeah, I mean, I am unbelievably blessed on that standpoint to have somebody with that amount of experience and what she's done in the field of strength and conditioning. So obviously we're trying to keep her around as best we can. And I'm super grateful to everyone around here and to her in particular that she's been willing to stick it out. And obviously with her experiences, she brings great ideas that can help push forward our program. And that was in particular last summer when we really went and got into the nitty-gritty of changing our internship program and what that means for us. And that adds help day to day for us. And it's been massive to have Jess around for sure.
You've had the opportunity now over the course of the 4 years to build the program, and we've seen some changes facility-wise too. And this is a fundraising day
for sure.
And the fundraising that we've been able to do over these telethons in the last few years, some of those funds have gone to strength and conditioning. One of those being you're basically completely redoing the facility up at Westman Arena, and you've got some other needs coming in this year that we'll talk about here in a moment. But talk about how you've been able to utilize those funds and work within the facilities, both at Westman and here in this building.
Yeah, so that was the other nice thing that Jess allows us to do, right? Having two weight rooms and having two coaches, now we can open up our schedule. So if, the first year I was here, if someone wanted to lift at 9 a.m., well, sorry, I only get one team. I can't do both of you. And now that opens up our schedule so we can, provide a service to multiple teams, which is huge, right? And then the Westman weight room, I don't want to paint it as a bad picture, but it certainly needed a little bit of a facelift. And it just, because it's a more used space, we needed better things in there and make it a space that we can move around in and use a lot more to our advantage, to be honest. For some of the things that we want to program from an exercise standpoint, from some of the methods we use, we just want to make it more useful, especially for Jess, considering she spends the majority of her time over there with the hockey teams, as well as some of the other teams she works with. So it's been huge. It's really cool. I'm sure, obviously, you spend a lot of time at the rink, Gars. The branded stuff, the color matching stuff is really cool. Just some of the ability of like the attachments we have to the rack and what that allows us to do from a programming or an exercise selection standpoint has been really, really cool. I think that's the biggest thing is being able to get creative. You can have some of these maybe slightly more niche pieces of equipment or specialized pieces of equipment. So, if you have somebody who can't hang on to something, we have a bar that you don't need to hang on to. Or, if you're really looking to do things that are a lot more specific to each sport, we can maybe do that to a plane specific or motion specific type of exercise that helps out our athletes a little bit more for whatever that given motion or sport is. So we're really, really excited. This is going to be year 2 of like a 3-year process of redoing Westman here. So obviously last year was a big push. This year we're still adding some big pieces in there and hopeful that can continue into next year as well.
I'm drawing a blank on the item that Nick has for you. It's a timing
gates. Yeah, dasher. Yep,
that's what it is. Okay, so explain what that is that you're trying to raise money for there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first word in my title, my job title is strength coach, but at the same point in time, right, strength only gets you so far. We all know that speed is a really important piece to most of our athletes. I mean, we were just talking about Ebbs before this. Paul Eberhardt, our golf coach, maybe not so much speed in the traditional sense for golf, but again, for our sports, especially for me this spring, I work a lot with soccer and we time some of our sprints, but being able to have an extra set. So if we want to do something here at the MWC and Jess needs that ability to go do something over at Westman, we have that capability instead of having just one set of timing gates. Dasher is also really cool in 2 different pieces there. One, we're going to get multiple gates so we can get splits. So say I want to time a 10-yard sprint and a 20-yard sprint. I'm able to time both and have both of those pop up right away, which is super, super cool. As well as it also can pop up to an iPad. So if we need to export that we have an online software that we send all of our programming to, Fit, which has been a big help for us, especially over the summer when, we program and send stuff out to our athletes. So from that standpoint, I think it's huge. And, we want to continue to develop. Again, if we're looking holistically, physically, strength is really cool. Obviously, I'm a bit biased on that one, but speed is going to be a big thing as we move forward too. So.
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG at the bottom of your screen. That's the website. You can log in and make a donation. And if you want to make sure that they get their timing gates, you would do that through making a donation to the athletic department. I don't believe we're set up to have strength and conditioning in the drop-down menu as of yet, but put that into the athletic department and make sure that our head stagehand here gets everything that he needs. Again, one of the guys behind the scenes, and when the thank you cards come out, I know you and Jess got a pile of them from these athletes and coaches, so I know that everybody appreciates the job that all of you do in the basement.
Thanks, Garbs. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, we're just, like I said, just every year hopefully gets a little bit better, and we can work towards, I mean, we do really well in the UMAC, but I think this year is that first little nugget that we're starting to make some progress. Both soccer teams making it farther and closer to where they've been. Big shout out to Jess doing really well with our hockey teams, our men's program, one of the best years they've had in a while. So I think it's starting to pay dividends. Obviously, I don't know that it's all us. I think I'm really, really blessed to have a great coaching staff down this hallway here. And we just kind of got here at the right time and a really successful time in UWS athletics history. So hopefully I can just be a part of that and ride the coattails. And if I'm making an impact, then that's pretty cool too.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back and hit the hardwood as men's basketball coach Greg Polkowski will join us when the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon continues right after this.
most of the time.
And that's the other big push too.
Yeah,
Right, is to make sure that happens. There's a couple with the men's soccer team I'd like.
We're back on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon, and our website is right across the bottom of your screen. give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. Yes, SDOG. said it so many times today.
I know, yeah.
The letters start to get mixed up in my head. I knew that was going to happen at some point.
I was a little concerned there for just a half second.
Yeah, a little bit of a tick there.
But you rallied.
I had to think about it, but yeah, we rallied and we got it out there. Anyway, that is the website to log on and make your donation to any of our At the Yellow Jacket Athletic programs. Also, if you're the more technologically inclined, feel free to scan the QR code in the lower right-hand corner, and you can make a donation today. And we are joined by Yellow Jacket men's basketball coach Greg Polkowski in a program that traditionally does pretty well on the fundraising front of things. You've got a really good donor base within your program.
Yeah, no, we're thankful for all of that base, and they've been. I mean, it is a fact that they've all, whether it be alumni, supporters, families of the program, have helped us do a lot over the last, what I think is now 8 years, and it's vital. And yeah, we couldn't do what we do without them, and that is the fact of the matter. So we are very thankful. I know our student athletes are very thankful. I do think they have a sense and know they have a sense of just what, the extra things we're able to do that maybe aren't, they don't come necessarily as standard in something we're entitled to by any means. So we're very thankful for all the help we've received. And I think I'd like to think that, it speaks to, especially a lot of our alumni, the experience that they had when they were here, and really paying that forward to the guys we have now, and there's an understanding of that. So we're very, very appreciative of that.
Let's take a little bit of a look back and talk about this past season. I know I'm probably not your favorite subject because of a bit of a disappointing run this year, I think is probably safe to say.
Yeah, I think there was, I think from the outside looking in that, that kind of, people could say that, and even from the inside, whether it be myself, everybody within the program, there's some merit to that. I do think that, just putting it in perspective of, we played on the last day of the season for the 1 seed and for a conference championship. And I think that does get overlooked. And by no means are we looking for a pat on the back with that. But, on the last day of the season, we were in position to win the league. Would have been a co-champ and have the outright 1 seed. And we did have that opportunity. It ultimately didn't go our way. So, that's where you could say, it was a disappointment with that, or, a letdown. But I'm proud of our guys for, putting our group in that position. It didn't go our way. We had some good wins in the non-conference. I think in the years past, and where people could say, it was a letdown or a disappointment. I don't even like saying those words necessarily, but as we really had some marquee big wins the years leading up to this. Whereas this year, again, I think we put ourselves right in position, for that. We were up 8 with 5 to go down at Eau Claire, ended up losing in overtime. We lose a 1-point game versus Stout midway through the year. We had a kind of a decent opportunity at the end of the game to win that game, and it's those couple games that really take a fair year, if you will, and put it into that good, great category. And I think we had those opportunities, and they didn't go our way. But I'm still proud of our guys and thankful and really recognize the work that they did and we did to put ourselves in that position. And I think that's the tough thing when you're able to achieve a step here, a step here. Your natural thought process is, all right, where's the next step? Where's the next step? And I guess it can't always go that way, and maybe it didn't go that way for us this year. But I thought there was a number of great positives. Like I said, 9-5 in league. I thought we had some good wins in the non-conference, played competitively against some really good teams and down in Texas. And so we're just going to look to keep building on that and, really look forward to the group that we do return, because I do very much believe there's a great core within that too. So that was a long answer to looking back there, but that is how I feel, and we and I choose to look at it. So
it's going to be a different looking team next year too.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, there's going to be, there lost some guys who played a lot of minutes. A bunch of guys, Javon Walker being one, Reed Johnson being another, guys that came in and really kind of carried. I don't want to say they carried the program, but they were like, first line guys for the last 3-4 years. And so now there's going to be a new group that's going to have to come in and step into that, and that's always an exciting time because you want to see who's going to step in and fill the voids. You're not necessarily expecting someone to come in right away and average 18 or 19 a game like Javon did. But again, what you're going to have is you're going to have a team that's going to be looking to kind of find their own identity, kind of forge their own path forward. And that's always interesting to see. So that's what Coach Polk has coming up for next year. For those of you who don't know, it was a very veteran team this year, which I think is why I think there's the thought process that, yeah, we wanted to do better, and that's kind of disappointing for those guys. But at the same time, it's also a very tight group of guys. The guys are very tight. They spend a lot of time together, and they're a good group of kids. So, obviously, like I said, you get your 4 years, and then you move on to the next. And so it's going to be a different-looking team for you next year for sure.
Yeah, no, I think, and even to mention, to that group and to our team this year, as you look to truly, take steps forward and build a program, I'm proud of our guys for graduating 7 guys this year. That is the most that we've ever graduated in a year. That's a testament to their commitment to the school, to the program, to the university. So I'm proud of that, and it's been a great learning process to see that group come through. What have we done well? What can we improve upon? And there's not as many numbers or highlights or this or that with some of our younger guys, and there is some guys that are coming about and have had some big performances. But I'm really looking forward to our group of there's people that fans or supporting base may not even know about because they haven't played that much because of a lot of the guys that you just mentioned. But I'm very confident in what can be in that group, and it will be new. But that's the fun part about it, and that's building the program and continuing to get better each year. And I don't want that to sound corny or coach speak, but there's a great power, I believe, in guys that are being willing and able to do something without that reward of playing for multiple years. And so there's going to be a hunger there, when they come out. There's been a development the last, 2 and 3 years and 1 year for a lot of these guys. So I'm excited for where we can go with that and what we've learned from, this past year and years, leading up to it.
This is a fundraising day, so we want to have an opportunity to give you a chance to give your sales pitch, ask these people to why they should donate to your program here and get these things that you want to get off the board for this year. One of them being locker room enhancements. So what are you looking to do in your locker room? Yeah,
I just think that we've treated that space very whether you want to call it special or an understanding of, this is where our team's at, this is where we, come together and treat it in that manner. And I think that locker room opened in January of 2004. So it has had its time and has served us very well. And whether that's, a complete redo, I don't know if it's necessarily to that level, but whether it's just enhancements or, honestly building upon the program, whether it's what people have achieved, with our record boards, whether it be, images, throughout the locker room of, people that have been part of the program. I think it brings together a sense of pride of, what the program's been for over 100 years and, where we want to keep going. And as simple as, some of those things are, I think they have a big effect and an impact. But as simple as some of those things are too, they cost money. So we appreciate, any support that we're able to generate into that. And I just think it's another area and that can, touch our players and provide an experience. And that's what this is all centered around. And whether that's pushing them outside of their own box or thinking, what can I do here? How can I leave my mark? I think there's a piece for that. And, we've done, our team and togetherness and connectivity has been a big thing for us, from day one. And we've gotten into, we do different things in the preseason that I think really pay off for our team. And, we've referred to it across the department as team retreats. And we've done some of that the last couple of years. And, this year I think was one of our best and really connected our group, especially our young guys. So we're looking to build upon that, going into next year. And, I think with the landscape that we're in, the list of things to do and we want to provide and not to be too, spoiled or anything like that, or we don't need everything, but the list is endless. So, whether it's equipment, whether it's shoes, whether it's traveling, whether it's continuing to support our recruiting efforts and being able to, recruit student athletes to the university, all of those fundraising donations help us tremendously. And, I can say with 100% certainty the money goes directly to that and is, it's played out with the guys in our program, and everything you see, whether it be on Yellow Jacket TV or in the gym, it definitely supports that. So it's very much valued and appreciated, as said. So
every penny that comes in, there it is right there, goes directly to benefit the student athletes here at UW Superior. The website is across the bottom of your screen. The QR code is in the lower right-hand corner. Log on now and make a donation to Yellow Jacket men's basketball. Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Matt. And we'll see you again soon, I'm sure. So
we'll take a quick break and come back with more of the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this. The 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon continues, and we are at about the 2-hour mark now. So thank you very much for all the donations that have come in so far. We were just talking about that before we came back on the air. I got about 50 or 60 sitting in the inbox. So a lot of good is happening so far today, and I look forward to diving in and seeing what's being funded and where we're at in terms of donations that have come in. But the website is across the bottom of your screen. The QR code is in the lower right-hand corner. Log on now. make a donation to any of our Yellow Jacket athletic programs or to the department as a whole, every penny benefiting the student athletes here at UW Superior. And we turn our attention now to tennis. Coach CeeJay Schaffner has come in and talk about a group that is on the cusp. Is we've got the clinched a tie for the division championship for both the men and the women after last weekend, and I will admit I was not expecting 7-0 on each side last week. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that at all. Incredible performance by your teams.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we went into that, with just trying to prepare as well as we could, and we try not to have expectations, but. It was good to see that result, and we're happy with it, and we're moving on to one more conference match and on to the tournament after that. So
I had to actually look at that again and go, are they already in their last conference match? It blew me away how quickly that conference season came and went.
Yeah, we had a big weekend last weekend where we played 3 women's matches, 2 men's matches, and it goes pretty quick. You got to play it at the end of the season when there's good weather and we can get outside for those conference important matches. So yeah, it goes quick though at the end of the year.
Yeah, so. It's absolutely flying. So here we are nearing May, and obviously with that comes conference tournament time and hopefully NCAA tournament time. So how do you feel about where your team is at right now?
Yeah,
I should say.
Yeah, we're in a great place on both sides. Women are approaching the single season wins record, which is awesome. The men played
set last year.
Last year, yeah.
So the men had a really tough schedule, and we're in a good place going into the end of the season with 2 pretty big matches this Saturday to sort of prep us for next weekend conference tournament. So, tougher schedule for the men this year, but it's
really difficult.
Yeah.
Like nationally
loaded
ranked
up
teams, and you loaded that thing up.
Yeah, and it was all an effort to really just prepare us for Greenville and Principia or whoever it may be from the south coming up to the University of Minnesota next weekend to take on the UMAC tournament. So yeah, it was tough schedule, and it prepared us well, and we're in a good place at this point.
And the women also this is the deepest team he's had, I think, in the women's side for sure. When you whitewash Northwestern 7-0, who is considered your toughest opponent probably in the conference, you've got a squad.
And that's what I mean.
If
they saw it coming, good on them. Because I figured you're going to win.
Right.
I didn't expect a shutout.
There was definitely a ripple through the softball press box when we saw the scores posted. There was definitely a whoa moment.
Yeah.
Because the men have been there, done that, but now the women have really come up and kind of caught up to the men, I guess you could say, in terms of where they stand in the conference now. So that's good. Like you said, the singles wins record is on the cusp of being broken on the women's side. And the men, I don't know how many in a row this is now where they've been either, tied, the conference tournament qualifier won the North. But it's become now a tradition, and the teams are doing really well. And, you talked about how tough the men's non-conference schedule was. The women also played a tough non-conference schedule, and it clearly got them ready also.
Yep.
Because they've been really, really good in conference play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it prepared us well. So that's the goal. It's quite an art creating a tennis schedule because, you have 20 dates, but you can double up, you can triple up. So we're pretty close to finished already with our next year's schedule with some dates left. So it's just an art of putting pieces in places and figuring out the best way to really prepare us for that postseason.
So it's different from like basketball. Greg was just here. They have 25 regular season games. That's what they're getting. In some ways, you're kind of unlimited.
Yep.
If you want to play 12 matches in a day, you can
theoretically
you
because it's a dates versus games,
right? Yeah, you can do that. So I mean, you really are unlimited in how many you can play.
Yeah, and it provides some different aspects of how do we want to structure this for next year? What do we have on coming in? That's the other thing. You make a schedule and then your team changes, so it's all different and just an art to it. So it's been fun though to make them for next year too.
Just as difficult, more difficult. Are you
right?
Are you beefing up the women's schedule a little bit? You give us any spoilers, or are you going to keep that to yourself?
No. We'll keep it to ourselves as things change. But no, it should be good. We'll fill it up with 20, 25 matches like usual, and we'll just kind of go through the process and see where we're at. So, yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the fundraising piece. It is a fundraising day, and so you've got the somewhat unique that you're raising money for 2 different programs, and you see some where track and field, for example, Glen typically will raise a bulk of money, and it benefits both programs. You've got one common thing you're raising money for, and then one program-specific thing. So let's talk a little bit about that first. With the common thing, you want to get your teams out of here, get them a little bit of a trip and an experience. Talk about that.
Yeah. The goal is to raise enough to take both squads separately down to Chicago for a weekend of matches. So the women would go right before school starts. We'd head down maybe Thursday or Friday, spend 2 nights down there, play 2 or 3 or 4 matches, and just kind of get a good initial start to our season. Have some team bonding, go see the city, just kind of get loose with the team in a new environment. So both squads should enjoy that a lot. We've been down in that area before, and it's been really fun to just kind of see a new environment. So it should be great.
In your previous tennis life, you're fairly well connected in that area too. So
yeah.
You'll have no shortage of opportunities to play quality opponents.
Right. There's going to be plenty of options for us to play. So it should be a really good variety of teams that are out of the region, which is kind of part of the goal of that.
On the men's side now, you performance tops.
Yep.
Which people can look at that and go, oh, sure, it's yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, you want to have something that is comfortable for them, something they can play well in, but also it's nice to have options and to have more than one competition top to wear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and especially up here, long sleeve is what we need. So we, that's what we're aiming for on that side of things. And it'll be nice to have for these final conference, matches of next year. So yeah.
And on the women's side, vibration dampeners.
Yeah.
So talk about that.
Yeah. It's just a cool little addition to just kind of the pridefulness that you can bring to a squad. So it's just a little vibration dampener that goes on your racket. It reminds you, who you're playing for. The logo of UW Superior is part of your goal out there, and that's who you're supporting and representing. So just a little reminder of and hopefully it's a little thing that makes them smile while they're on court, sort of thing too. So just a small simple thing that just kind of helps with that, hey, this is what we do here at UWS. It's cool. We get good stuff, good gear, and we do some of those extra things too.
So it's a branded piece, and at the same time also serves a mechanical purpose in play.
Yeah.
In that it dampens the vibration.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
yeah. So and every player has different preferences. Some people use rubber bands. Other people play without dampeners. Some people use just regular dampeners.
And for the people who are new to it, what does the vibration? Is it an issue? What does it cause? What doesn't it cause?
It's
some people just don't want to feel it.
It's really just a feel thing, and tennis is just so much feel, as in any sport. Just a feel thing. If it's feeling good, you're confident, you're swinging well, great. If not, then switch something up, right? But it's really just a feel thing. Yeah.
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. That's across the bottom of your screen. QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Make a donation today and help the Yellow Jacket tennis programs make that trip to Chicago, get their tops, get their vibration dampeners, and hopefully help them put another banner up in the field house here.
Yes, yeah. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks a lot, Coach. We'll take a quick break, and we will be back with more of our 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this.
Let's put our stamp on this region. All right, let's do it emphatically. Yellow Jacket, 2-3.
We're back on the 2025 Superior Day of Giving Telethon. Everything we bring in over the course of today is going to be benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The big sound, Matt Johnson, had to step out for a little bit here, so it's going to be just me and Coach Paul Eberhardt from the Yellow Jacket Golf Programs on this next segment here. And The website across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG for Superior Day of Giving is where you can make your donation to benefit Yellow Jacket Golf, any of our programs, perhaps a stadium, or in your case, maybe a golf room.
Sounds good.
We're going to talk a little bit about the upgrades that you're looking at here in that facility and everything. But let's talk a little bit about the season, and the bulk of your season played in the fall. We talked a little bit before we went live here that. It's the bulk of it is in the fall. You got a little bit of golf that your team is playing here in the spring. Let's talk a little bit about that fall season, because it's the sprint of all sprints. It's like 5 weeks, and your season is completely over. Give me a little bit of an overview on your men's and women's teams from this year.
Yeah, so our season as a whole, I would say, was good with a tinge of disappointment because we didn't win the conference titles on the men's side. I think we ended up 4 shots or 5 shots off. Couple guys just didn't play great on that 3 days, and that because the league's competitive enough, you don't play great over the course of even one day. You put yourself in a position where you're going to get beat, and so we finished second, which is probably okay, but at the same time, it leaves a little sour taste in your mouth moving forward because we have become pretty accustomed to winning the conference title. So that's all in all, positive. I mean, our only match we lost to a UMAC competitor happened to be in the conference championship, and that was, kind of a tough blow to take on the men's side. On the women's side, I would say improved. Like we continue to get a little bit better.
It seems like there's more consistency with that group
for sure
throughout the year than you've seen previously.
Yeah, and they've started off well this spring too as well. So that's a positive. I think it's on the women's side. It's just a little bit different. It's a work in progress because there's just not as many golfers on the women's side, and so it's you have to be able to find girls that can actually come in and help us. We're not just looking for bodies, which was probably the case 4 or 5 years ago. Now we're looking for people that can come in and make us better, and so I would say the progression's been good. It's just a slow process, and trying to find those that can come in and make a difference is the key there.
You talked about on the men's side, there was a day where we didn't play that well. It takes me back to a couple of years ago where the first day you did not play well, and slowly started building it over those last couple of days where you came back from, 16 strokes back or something like that to end up winning the conference championship.
Yeah.
So it is possible.
It is possible.
But you don't want to rely on that every year.
For sure. And I think, the difference this year was that North Central, who ended up winning, played very well on the last day. And so for us, you almost need a little bit of luck, or you need them to take a little bit of a step back if you're going to dig yourself a hole. And they actually outplayed us on the last day, and that's probably where I think we were down 2 going into the last day, and we ended up down 5. And at the end, a couple guys are going to try to make birdie, and they miss a shot, so it ends up being 5 instead of 2. But it's still a situation where they're trying to make a play as a player to try to get to that position, force a playoff or whatever it may be, and hit a bad shot, and it's. To North Central's credit, they had guys down the stretch that played well and didn't crumble, and they're off to New York this year to the national tournament.
It's not like the PGA and the majors where you have the giant leaderboard and you have TV cameras on every hole. How in tune are they to what is going on throughout the course, and how much do they know when they're getting to 16, 17, 18, we're down this many strokes, we need to make birdie here? How in tune with that are they?
So by rule, they're not really supposed to check on leaderboards and things like that. Now, does it happen? I would say probably. It was funny because this last weekend I'm the regional ranking chair, or not chair, but rep for our conference. And one of the jokes was, well, what are we supposed to do with, are we trying to police cell phone usage? And the chair of our committee was like, well, let's just say that last weekend during the Masters, everyone knew how Rory was doing down the line. And so it's, to try to police it. So do they know? Yes. In part, I try to make sure that, especially down the stretch, that, hey, this is where we're at. This is where we need to do, need to make sure you're making good shots. not really to put pressure on, but to just so they're aware in case, they're not following the letter of the, if they're following the letter of the law, they shouldn't know where we're at.
Right.
Because they're basically on the scoring software that's on their phone, they only can see their score and the person they're marking score, so they can't see like a leaderboard or any of that type of stuff, where coaches and those in the public can access leaderboards.
Right.
So we know where everyone's at. And occasionally there's a kid that they forget to put a score in, and all of a sudden you're like, well, what happened on that hole, or what happened on this hole? And you're sort of trying to figure out
now we're down 5 all of a sudden.
Exactly. And it kind of, it's a situation where they are, I think, aware for the most part, but it's still, that's the beauty, I guess, of the live scoring piece.
You got Blue back.
Got Blue back.
So he wasn't with you in the fall.
Yep.
And transferred back to UW Superior here for the spring semester. So you got him back here for these first couple rounds that you've been able to play in the spring. I know you don't like to live in the hypothetical world. If you have him in the fall,
we're going to New York. Okay. In all honesty, because it just his play is very steady. He's shot. I think he's played 4 rounds for us this spring, and he's been 78 all 4 times. I literally think he's, and he's in his own admission hasn't played well, and he shot 78 all 4 times. And so he's there where we have another guy that's at least mid 70s on 3 days, and we probably end up winning by 5 or 10 strokes because it's just another guy that's super consistent. He's rarely going to throw in a score in the 80s. Is he going to go shoot 65? No, but he's not going to shoot an 80. So he's going to be in that, I would say 77 to 72 range probably for him in the fall, at least, when he's played a lot of golf over the summer and that type of stuff. So to get him back is big for us. It's been and he fits in very well with us. So that personality-wise, and I had zero ill will. Like, he wanted to go see what it was like somewhere else. Wasn't what he wanted, and he's back. And so that's a positive for us.
Women got their chance to get back on the course in the spring here this last weekend down at Bethel. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so they ended up shooting the second low of the season, and honestly, I would take it as a better round because their season low was at Nemaji, which is a course that they've played a bunch, and this was a course none of them had ever played. And so they go out and shoot a 365, which the season low had been a 364 in the fall. Added Abby Shintz to the mix at semester from Duluth East, who originally committed to Concordia St. Paul. Just realized that wasn't for her, wanted to be home. And then she's playing for us this spring. Very nice addition for us. She shot, I think, 83 on Saturday. So be a really, really good piece for us, added to the core that we've already got. And so, yeah, they had a good weekend and then look to play. They're down at Augustana in Illinois this weekend, and a chance to go down and see what they're matched up with some other teams too. So
she's got some pretty significant golf and athletic bloodlines.
Yeah, for sure. So, Mom, I think, has won the women's Arrowhead for a long time. Dad has been involved at Ridgeview Country Club for a long time as a golf pro. Sister played at Mankato State, I think, and so, and then her brother was here for a little bit, and then just realized school wasn't really for him, and so he's doing some other things. But very, very golf centered family in the Duluth area. So it's been very nice to have Abby on the roster.
So let's talk a little bit now. It is the day of giving, and the QR code is on the bottom of your screen if you want to make a donation to the golf programs. Now let's talk a little bit about what you're looking at to raise money for this year. The first thing seems kind of small, golf towels, but in this region, the towel is a very important piece of equipment.
Yeah, for sure. And so for us, it's you have the custom bag, you have your stuff, and it's nice to have a UW Superior golf towel, and you want to get a good one. Obviously, we're not trying to put them out on the course with some cheap thing that we're getting somewhere else. So it's a very high quality golf towel, and something that has got an embroidered logo on it. Looks nice. It's usually yellow, so it matches it with our black bags very well. So we try to, and again, it's something that's useful for us, but at the same time helps us look good also on the course, which I think is important. It's that whole look good, feel good type situation. And honestly, just regular budget doesn't have the dollars to be able to buy them on a regular basis. So fundraise dollars typically is needed for those extras. And this is one of those things that I think is important for our players to have to, make them look the same and also give them some continuity as a group. So it's a useful product for them.
And it's not the run-of-the-mill golf scramble towel that you always get. I mean, this is obviously a higher quality piece, something that can be washed and used again and again, as opposed to
it's a micro.
I've got my insert sponsor towel here. If it gets run over by the cart a couple times, it's done. I grab the one from the next year.
For sure. Yeah, it's a much higher quality microfiber type towel that is washable. It'll last a while. It's not something that we need to replace every year.
Won't scratch your clubs.
Won't scratch your clubs. It's one of those that you get. You can make it last probably a golfer's entire career at UWS. They would, obviously if one got to the point where we'd try to get them another one, but at the same time, it's one that would probably, in theory, last the entire time they're here. So
the other thing you want to look for this year is enhancements to the golf room. And for the people who don't know, it's a seasonal game, and for 3/4 of the year, we are not in season to play outdoor golf here. So you have an inside training facility, and you definitely need some enhancements in there. So talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so for us, through some generous donations, we were able to get a new simulator, and we're should have that up and running. And then that's also a piece where, all of a sudden, hey, it'd be nice to be able to do this, or it'd be nice to be able to add a different putting surface in there that we can use to be able to practice essentially in a winter season. It's one thing to go out and hit balls on turf, but it's the other piece is if you want to get some feedback, those types of things, you need those enhancements. And because of our weather, especially in the spring, so like I said before, we've been able to get and qualify for a national tournament. I really feel like based on our weather, we're behind a lot of those schools coming into the spring, which was when nationals are. And so being able to do some training during the, even if it's January, February, March, those times are able to, for us to get some feedback on ball striking, on, things, and we can work on small swing tweaks and those types of things. And so anything that we can raise there that would help us with some training aids and some other things for our golf room is what we're looking for.
How much mileage do your players get out of that room?
Quite a bit. I mean, in all honesty, I would say I would like us to get more, because I think that our season is so separated. I mean, like you said, we start a couple weeks before school starts, and then by the first weekend in October, our season is over. And so it's this sprint, and then it's like, okay, well, we're done. And, I try to give them some time to put away their clubs and not think about golf. But as soon as, they get back from Christmas break, it's like, okay, let's start thinking about golf again. And so it's one of those things where without that facility and without some upgrades in that facility, we can't push through any kind of numbers. If we have, on a simulator bay, 2 or 3 people at the same time is about at the max to get any kind of consistent reps. And so, in order for us to be able to get multiple groups going, we need to be able to make some enhancements and potentially have 2 sim actions going on, or a putting surface where, you can have one sim action group going and then the other's putting, and then you can flip flop and do some different things there as well. We've got a whole racquetball room, so we've actually got enough space to have a couple simulators plus a putting surface. And so that ultimately would be my vision. And then, maybe a spot where they can sit in a couch or a chair or whatever. And, those are things that down the road that I would love to turn that room into almost a hangout spot for our golf team in the off season. And currently we're not quite there yet.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Scan the QR code on your screen and make a donation to the Yellow Jacket Golf Program today. Coach Eberhardt, thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the 6th Annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this. Mike. We're back on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon, and the email address, good grief. The URL is across the bottom of your screen. It all runs together after a while.
He's only said it about 50 times already.
I know, and then I end up tripping over it sometimes. So the URL across the bottom of your screen, the QR code in the lower right-hand corner, will allow you to use your mobile device and make a donation to any program of your choice here at UW Superior, whether it be the athletic department or one of our programs. And we're happy to be joined now by the head men's hockey coach here, Rich McKenna. And we've been starting some of these off, Coach, with just give us a little bit of a look back. And let's talk a little bit about the season that was, and for you and your program, pretty darn good one.
Yeah.
Finish wasn't what you wanted, but pretty darn good campaign for your team.
Beauty of the mini game. So, it was a good year. We had a very spirited training camp going into coming off of last year. Last year was a good year analytically, not a good year on the scoreboard. Challenged the guys, and I think the guys accepted that challenge wholeheartedly and were able to string together a nice little run this year for us. We, like I said, had a pretty tough training camp. Started out of the gates winning on Friday, not winning.
Couldn't win Saturday.
We were 3-2-1 after the first, I believe, 3 weeks.
Yep.
Then finally got over the Saturday hump, so that was the first challenge, and then went on a little run there, and then we lost in our tournament in the championship game, and then we went on a bit of a heater.
Yep.
And then went out to Boston.
Didn't lose again for a while after that.
Yeah.
2 months.
Yeah.
2 months.
Went out to Boston, thanks to our very generous alums too, and then the fundraising department there. Made that trip really, really special. We were able to do a lot of things. Went to practiced, obviously, along the way out there, but then we're able to check out an East Coast League game, and obviously we won the Codfish, and then came back, kept it going a little bit, ended up in dramatic fashion winning the regular season in the WIAC in a shootout, Reds, and then had a great Friday night. Didn't score enough on Saturday night, and then the mini game caught us, and I think it was a good learning curve for our guys too. Like once you take a step back in that initial result, the emotions kind of go away. You get to step back and reflect, and you see how good the regular season really was, the learning curves, and the how it can happen. Yep. There was an upset, especially in the WIAC. 1 and 2 went down, and then signed three more guys to pro hockey, 1 in the Coast, 2 in the SP, and then also Charles Martin gets his American League call up here, which is pretty neat for a Division III.
Yeah, 3 games this year.
Yeah, and then a lot of good things with former players. Great regular season, and looking to build upon it now.
Going into next year now, I mean, a small senior class. Only graduating four guys, so it's
young team still.
Yeah, there's some youth there, but you got to see some of those guys take that big step from freshman to sophomore year. You're going to be able to lean on them a little bit more as they move into their junior years, but you don't have to go crazy on recruiting and bring in a double-digit class like you have had to do a few times in your time here.
Yeah, it's an interesting year in terms of recruiting with the landscape of college hockey right now. Mm-hmm. It's different, right? So we're managing that. It kind of feels like it's changing by the hour, but we're managing that. We have 1 commitment already. There's a lot of good players out there still, so we're on them and talking, and it'll be another summer full of recruiting for me, most likely, because they're going to wait.
Right.
So we're.
I mean, they traditionally wait on the hockey side anyway until
it's usually
May,
June, July,
until they figure out the money aspects and all of that,
and all of that, and we'll probably go into a little bit more of August here for us this year. we're staying patient. We want the right guys, character first, and then we'll go. And once it's all said and done, we'll be ready to go in September, and it's going to be game time again. So looking forward to it.
This is a fundraising day, and over the last couple of years, you mentioned the trip to Boston, and you used this time here at this particular event to fill the coffers a little bit, so you can make a trip like that, because there's, to a certain degree, the university does cover some of the travel for that, but when you go outside the typical travel bubble that you're in, there's an extra cost with that, and a trip like that, you've got to pay for 2 bus drivers instead of 1, and extra hotel stays and everything. And if you want to give any kind of an experience, all of that comes with a price tag. So you spent a couple of years building up the coffers, gave your team a memorable trip, I would think. Whether
it was a lot of fun.
Whether it was the weather,
yep,
driving through the blizzard on the way out there, yep, or the sleeper bus. I use air quotes on that.
Sleeper bus. That was awesome experience.
Or going to an East Coast League game. And I thought the interesting thing about that, going to that particular game, was seeing your guys go, okay, we got 3 guys playing at this level right now. I can do this.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Jordan Martin was playing. We were trying to get to one of those games in Indy, but they were on the road. Obviously, McGregor was up for a little bit this year in Atlanta. Charles was in Rapid City. CeeJay Walker was playing in Idaho, hometown kid. So, it was the players don't understand. Like, sometimes the journey might look different. No one starts playing hockey at 5 and thinking, I can't wait to play at go D3 and. But the journey might look different, but the destination coming through UWS is the same. Mm-hmm. So we've been able to establish that. I was looking through since my time here, we've gotten 28 guys to the East Coast League, SP, or over in Europe with the Svensson brothers too. So it's been that part's been a lot of fun talking to those guys, and the phone calls are already starting. Like, hey, when can I come and skate in September with the guys? And it's always neat to see the freshmen kind of doing their workouts with Jess and with the team and all that stuff. And then I'm out on the ice with all the pro guys and putting them through reps and paces before they all disperse, and they get to they all just kind of crash on the current players' couches, and they get to ask questions and all that stuff. So we've been able to build that type of culture here, and it's something we're really proud of.
Let's talk a little bit about the fundraising at hand. Longtime NHL coach Roger Nielsen was called Captain Video because he was like the first NHL coach to actually use video. The modern day version of Captain Video is sitting in between us, Matt, because I've never seen a person spend more time looking at video, breaking down video, and one of the things you're doing is raising money for one of those systems. So talk a little bit about that.
It's so important now. Like, training has been, to shout out Nelly, it's not 2 hours anymore on the ice now, right? We're not doing that. You kind of teach your structure and all that stuff through video now. Ice time's a little bit more for development. Get the guys' legs moving and all that stuff. So we've utilized video in probably a little bit of a different way. Teach a lot of guys, we're doing video, we're doing some sort of team video every single day. It's a couple of clips here, a couple of clips there, depending upon where we are in the work week and who we're playing and so on and so forth. Pre-scouts are even more important now. They're even more in depth in terms of face-off plays and little areas where you can exploit in the game. But then, the players now they're so in tuned to development and what they can do better and how you bring an individual into a team structure, and video really is the vehicle to bring that out in the guys. So we're doing, like I said, we're doing team video every single day. We're doing clips every single day with players, line lines, deep pairings, goalies, power plays, penalty kills. I mean, in all honesty, I wish we had 4 or 5 hours with the guys every single day, because then it would feel like you would actually feel a little bit more accomplished in your day, but you got to make sure, you can get to the point with video a lot quicker. And like I said, we utilize it every single day. And the different levels that you can get to in it now, like, guys are getting their clips within 2 hours of being done from after the game, so we can kind of talk through things, whatever, Saturday mornings, or sometimes I'm not afraid to call them on my Sunday mornings either, and be like, hey, did you look at that yet? So it's a very important teaching tool. In all honesty, probably the most important, in my opinion.
The other thing is just additional apparel.
Yep.
And it's something multiple coaches have come in and talked about. They get apparel, but it's always nice to give them 1 or 2 more pieces.
Yeah, we try and do like this year's slogan was no passengers, right? Like we felt after last season, though we were very good analytically, we just didn't get it done, right? Like we didn't score. We didn't score enough. We would beat you on the shot chart. We would beat you in time of possession. We'd beat you in all that stuff, but like we didn't get it done. And we kind of turned that into no passengers, and we were able to get some apparel this year that basically just had the logo, the slogan on it, and it was an everyday reminder for our guys that it's like you can't be a passenger today in practice. You got to push. You got it. We had a little bit of a bigger roster this year. So like it was, it kind of kept the guys dialed, and it adds to the experience and all that stuff. What we're doing at UWS, a lot of schools aren't doing. So we're to be able to provide that stuff for the guys and let them go off and train in the summer, and they're wearing all this stuff, and like other kids are, potential future athletes here, or guys at other institutions are like, what you guys got going there is a lot different than what we have going on here.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Make a donation today, and you can help Coach McKenna fire more clips off to his players.
Exactly. We still do, what's that forecheck drill that Nelly does? Exhaustion. We still do exhaustion, though. So we make sure we make room for that in the week.
He'd be very, very happy. And
still do exhaustion.
My PTSD is firing up now. I can hear his whistle already. We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back with more of our 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this.
Let's put our stamp on this region. All right, let's do it emphatically. Yellow Jacket, 2-3.
We're back on this
little extra edge, a little, extra, because football teams have it all the time too.
Of Giving Telethon, and it's time for us to check in with our women's soccer coach, Allison DeGroot. And across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website where you can make your donation, or scan the QR code and make your donation now to Yellow Jacket Women's Soccer. And Coach, hasn't been too bad a year since you were here with us last time. Last year we talked about what you were fundraising for. We'll get to that in a moment, but in between the two, another pretty good season for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. It was another great one. And awesome to send out our 12 seniors on a high.
12 seniors. So next year's going to look a little different, Matt.
Yeah,
From a broadcast standpoint, you got some homework to do.
Yeah, well, Allison and I have been actually talking about the changes in her office off and on now for Probably about 3 months.
Yeah, for sure.
And kind of projecting things out. But that's the nature of college sports, And when Allison came in, it was a really young team. There was really just not a lot of talent available. And she brought in a couple of big recruiting classes, and they all stayed for basically the 4 years.
Some 5.
Yep, some for 5. And then the COVID year happened because she put together like 2 or 3 really good classes in a row, and then the team just, the trajectory went up like exponentially, and but that's the nature of the beast. Are we going to miss those 12 seniors? Yes, a lot.
Absolutely.
Not just because of how good they were on the field, but they were characters off the field too.
Correct.
As a group. So. Going to miss that group, but there's some still good young players in the mix. We've talked about that too. I mean, it's not completely barren. It isn't like the team has been stripped of talent. So, but yeah, it's going to be a different looking squad for sure.
And it forces you to coach differently now?
It does,
because you don't have 12 people that have been through the paces for 4 or 5 years.
It does.
So you have to do a little more teaching now.
Yes, different system. We're going to play a different system that speaks to the talents and skills of this younger generation. And we're just trying to be really specific. We're trying to really build in a style of play and get our players thinking and working really, really hard on their tactics. So it's been fun. It's been really fun this spring.
The Maya and Naya show has come to a close. So who scores goals now?
Anyone, everyone.
Yeah, well, that's one of the big talking points.
Absolutely,
because the midfield's actually going to still be pretty good. Defensively they're going to be pretty solid, but the question is going to be who scores the goals.
We've
talked about it. Yeah,
we still return Cameron Hill. We still return Beth Schneider. We still return Taylor DeCook. Like, there's some offensive threats for sure. Julia Lindau had a big goal and big game against BLC this last year, and she'll be back. So there's a lot of talent still there.
There's somebody who needs to step forward.
Yeah.
And Cam Hill had a great end of the year.
Oh, she crushed it.
It's unfortunate that she got injured in the title game, didn't get to play in the NCAA tournament, but
she's back. She's
back now, and she, I've talked to her a little bit, and she's excited about it. And some of the freshmen I think will step in and probably play a little bit too right away. So yeah, it's gonna be a different looking team. Just got to find somebody who's going to score the goals. Scored a lot of goals obviously the last 4 years. I mean, it's incredible when I go back and look at it. 142, I think it was what it ended up between the two of them. It was something like that. It was like 140 plus goals, and
That's a crazy amount of offense.
Wild.
When we had them on the pod, I think it was around 130.
Yeah, and they went on a scoring spree after that too. Yeah,
they did.
Yep.
But I mean, it's not going to be easy because you don't replace players who each of them were at one time UMAC Offensive Player of the Year. In their respective careers, you just don't replace talent like that right away. It's going to be kind of a feeling out process, but it'll be exciting from a broadcasting standpoint to be able to see which of the young players will step into those roles.
Yep, absolutely.
So let's talk a little bit about a year ago. You were here raising money for this incredible trip to Costa Rica.
Yes.
That has now happened.
It
so
has.
Let's do a little review of that so people understand what their money went to, because that was a pretty significant ask, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
They had a ball down there. They really did. Yeah. You could tell by the social media posts.
Oh, yeah. It was so much fun. A good chunk of the team, I think it was about 25 of them, we all went to Costa Rica. We got to play multiple games down there, and we did a ton. We had an awesome time whitewater rafting. I will never forget the amount of players that did backflips off the raft into the river. We went snorkeling and kayaking, and then also ran a number of clinics for local kids. We went to the Nicoya Peninsula, which is part of the Blue Zone, which is one of the places where people were regularly living past 100, and we met with an indigenous community there. Learned about some of the food they make, their culture. So it was an amazing, rewarding experience that they got to do with a bunch of their best friends.
Sounds incredible.
Well, I mean, Beth Schneider kind of took over for a while as sort of like the
social media captain,
social media person, because she was like posting every day. She and Erica, the two twins sisters, and so they were putting like all kinds of stuff up, and they were arranging everything from the butterflies that they saw to the flowers to the food.
Yes.
So they were giving like
Amazing
a full out.
food. Oh my gosh,
I was going to ask you about
good.
the food. That was going to be my next question.
So good everywhere we went. Yeah. Rice and beans and chicken, and it was just amazing.
Plantains.
Fried plantains. It was so good. Yeah.
Incredible experience. So again, thank you to all the donors who made that
so
possible.
Much. We really appreciate it.
Without the donations coming in, you can't make a trip like
Absolutely.
that. And, the flip side of it too, academic credits. So there was an academic component to it as well. So it was a very well-rounded trip, not just vacation with a couple games in there.
Absolutely.
So there was actually the educational component. All of that said, though, it's a new year now, and we have to raise money for new things. And not quite as ambitious as a trip to Costa Rica, but still a few items that you are looking for. Number one, team retreat. Several teams are doing that. More importance for you this year, though, because of the volume of new players you have coming in.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're bringing in 11 new players. And so having that time during our preseason to really help gel and bring the current team together with those newcomers is going to be really, really important. Looking forward to that process and looking forward to pulling them into a program that's excited for these newcomers.
You've done retreats before,
yes.
So what does your retreat look like when you get your team out of here for a day or two? What does it look like for your team in particular? Because what you do is very different than what Glen does.
Yep.
So what does your retreat look like?
Yeah, so we usually get out of town. We've gone to a number of different places, but try to get on a lake. Just try to spend a night where we can stay in cabins. We often do some Team Olympics, which are little fun minute-to-win-it challenges, things that get them laughing and goofing around. Historically, we've brought in Randy Barker at times, who's come in and done some positive psychology, sports psychology talks with the team. So they've gotten some educational pieces. We often spend time doing team bonding. Sometimes it's like a campfire. We talk about a time you've overcome adversity, and we go around the team, so you get to hear from different people, hear their stories, and then we play a lot of games. So it's about getting them laughing, goofing around, learning about each other, and really building that foundation for the season to come.
Does Coach take part in the games too?
Some of them. Not all of them. I am not as athletic as I once was, and with my history of 9 concussions, I have to closely evaluate. Could this be a place where I could get in that?
The other thing you're raising money for is what were we calling it? A shooter's training net?
Shooter's training net.
Okay,
yeah.
So let's explain a little bit about what that is too. If you've seen social media, you've seen the graphics, you get kind of an idea.
Yes.
Let's explain a little bit about that.
Yes, so it's a net that goes across the goal frame, and it leaves open 2 pockets in the upper 90 and the lower 90, lower corner, upper corner of the goal, so that players can go on the field. Sometimes it might be individual or sometimes small group, where they can go and practice their accuracy and their shot, which is awesome. Like, having the new field right now is such a benefit to our players. When we didn't have a home, it was harder for them to have opportunities to go train. There wasn't a specific facility. So now we have our own facility, and then this training net will go a long way to make sure that they can get the most out of those moments. We also plan to use it in the training environment when our goalkeepers are actively still getting warmed up or getting trained, where we can go to goal even when our goalkeepers are getting their needs met in the moment. So it's a great opportunity for our players to train at a higher level, but also get their individual work in.
One more thing you brought up too. You brought up the stadium.
Yes.
And that is also in a continuing fundraising phase as well.
Yes.
So there are
Yes.
there are amenities that have to be built there still. There are other things that each of the teams could use within that facility itself too. So not just limited to the 2 asks that you have, but there's also opportunities if you want to donate to the stadium as well.
Yes, 100%. That would be extremely helpful. Yeah.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com is the website. You see that across the bottom of your screen. You can also scan the QR code and make your donation to Yellow Jacket Women's Soccer. Coach DeGroot, thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with more of the 6th Annual Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this. We return on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website across the bottom of your screen, the QR code in the lower right-hand corner. You can go ahead and scan that now on your mobile device and make a donation to Yellow Jacket Athletics or any of the individual sports programs here at UW Superior on this campus-wide Superior Day of Giving. And it's, you know, you hear a lot of different things over the course of this day about what's important to coaches and what's important to their programs and everything, Matt. And a couple of things that have come up multiple times have been strength and conditioning. So we did have PJ on. We've never had him as a guest on this before. And now we're going to put Ben Kasper in an awkward position and make him talk about athletic training, because that's another one of those pieces that is sort of
behind the scenes.
And PJ referred to himself as a stagehand, and I think that's a really great way to describe it.
Well, the thing with you know, on a broadcast, I don't ever say Ben's name unless there's an injury. And then I'll say, oh, there goes Ben Kasper. He's going to go out there and see what the problem is. But really an important part.
If you did hockey, though, you would, because every now and then you're going to be able to say that puck that went into the bench almost clipped the trainer.
And almost clipped Kasper standing over there. Rich got out of the way real quick, and it ended up hitting Ben. You know, it's funny because, and I want to bring this up for those of you who don't know who Ben Kasper is. He is our head trainer, and he's also an alum of the soccer program. And every time I see Ben now, I feel old, because I remember him as a student athlete here, and I covered and broadcasted his games when he played here. And now he's been, how long have you been the trainer here?
I've been here, this is going on 7 years now.
Okay. Yeah, because it just makes me feel old because I remember you as a student athlete. That's the part that, you know, makes me and John kind of date us a little bit in terms of dates us in terms of our involvement with UWS Athletics.
I'm still seeing freshman Ben scoring that game winner against St. Scholastic in the rain. In overtime.
In overtime, right?
14 years ago. So.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're really dating ourselves. But yeah, what Ben does is super duper important, and it's as important as it gets. You know, training for a long time was an overlooked aspect of collegiate sports as a whole, and you know, the NCAA takes it very seriously, and UWS takes it extremely seriously as well. And you know, it's always, I always look forward to seeing Ben, though, just because of that past. You know, because he's a what we would call a lifer. He's a Yellow Jacket lifer. So
he's stuck now.
Yeah, he's stuck here now. But yeah, good to see you. I know that this is a new experience for you, because you're not used to being on camera and talking about the training aspect of it. So enlighten us a bit about how it's been.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. First and foremost, this is, again, new experience for me. Again, we're very much a behind the scenes, kind of like what PJ had said. Like, we aren't someone who wants to be in the spotlight. If we're in the spotlight, that probably means something bad is happening out on the field, on the court, on the ice, whatever it is. But in terms of kind of what we do, obviously our top priority is keeping everybody safe and healthy and on the field, court, back in their sport, game, whatever it is. And that's kind of what we put at the forefront of kind of our philosophy of what we do down there. So, I mean, again, we take that part very seriously as well. And at the same time, we understand that, you know, working in athletics, we're working with a lot of college kids. We keep it pretty lighthearted in that aspect as well, in terms of we don't take ourselves too seriously, but we do definitely take what we do very seriously.
I think back to when I was an athlete, and it was particularly, you know, David Kroll was the athletic trainer at that time, and with him it was treatment, rehabilitation. Your team also does treatment and rehabilitation, but there's a lot more preventative that is done now that wasn't even a consideration back then. So talk about some of that.
Yeah, so a lot of what we had done in the past was, you know, someone would come in, you treat exactly maybe what their injury was, and now we're getting people coming in on the forefront of some of these things, and now we're putting together preventative programs, again, just to keep them maintained and healthy while they're competing and practicing during their seasons and off seasons. So the influx of, you know, student athletes that we see down there is increased, you know, tenfold from what it was even when I first started. And I think what also helps is we've had the same crew down there for the last, this is 4 years now that we've had the same crew. And I think having the same faces in the same room creates a better environment, a more open environment for someone to come in and ask those questions, become much more comfortable with us. So they're really able to get more on the forefront, where in the past, I feel like some athletes would wait 2-3 weeks, a month, and then be like, well, this has been bugging me. And now a week goes by and they're coming in. So we're helping them a lot more on the forefront of what we're doing.
I think of a thing too, like, okay, I suffer from shin splints.
Yeah.
So with the preventative stuff, you're allowed to get ahead of it a little bit and start working with them before it becomes an issue, and obviously help keep them on court, field, ice, whatever the case may be. The other piece of it is recovery. And that is something we have seen a dramatic change in over the last 3, 4, 5 years. So touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, so in terms of recovery, I think that's what everyone wants, right? Like you're playing your sport, you're working really hard, you're putting a lot of effort into your practices, into your competition. How do you get better? How do you recover from that? Obviously, there's tools and gadgets and certain things like that. There's tons of that out there. You see that plastered all over social medias, all over, training like magazines and things like that. Whatever you see, that's everyone is talking about recovery and how important it is. And I think in terms of having opportunities to provide for more opportunities for the athletes to recover is ultimately what's going to keep them, I won't say out of our hair, but out of our room a little bit, and which is our goal, is to keep them back on the field and playing and practicing to their highest potential.
One of the things that we were able to use funds that we've raised on this exact day here a few years ago was the recovery boots.
Yeah.
And I know those are extremely popular.
Yeah.
Those in the massage chairs in I believe the recovery zone is what you call it down in that room. But those are the kinds of things that we've been able, the enhancements that we've been able to get for you and your team to use through the efforts that we put out on this particular day.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen, like I said, a huge increase in use in some of these. Now, we started off with probably a pretty small batch of them, and the use has been, pretty constant. If our room's open, someone's usually sitting in that chair doing a little bit of recovery, and what it also helps is someone just getting in the door. They know that that's there for them to use. It gets them in the door, gets FaceTime with us. They're become a little bit more comfortable, maybe like, hey, this thing's bugging me a little bit. Is there something more that I can do? And then that's where we can help step in. Help implement some type of preventative program for them. Again, just to keep them healthy and safe and to keep competing and practicing for as long as possible.
You have, I shouldn't say you, on the docket for the department for this Day of Giving, it does say recovery tools that we are trying to raise a little bit of money for. So what kind of tools are you talking about that the people who are watching right now could maybe chip in some money and help us get to benefit all these athletes?
For sure. So what we're looking to expand our storage of recovery boots. I think right now we're transporting, a bunch back and forth from the rink, making sure, our hockey teams have access to them, but also making sure we have plenty down here at the MWC where we see just higher traffic, volume of athletes. So being able to increase kind of that capacity, just more access for our student athletes is ultimately what we're going for. And then also the addition of just more massage guns. Again, just more tools in our, arsenal to kind of help, catch some of those things at the beginning. And again, more time for people to come in and maybe just get to know us a little bit, get to know the room, where the location is. Maybe it is, they don't really know what we do. They come in there and they kind of see some of the things we're doing. And they think, well, I can do some of the recovery, but there might be something else that I need as well. So again, that's kind of what we're looking at, is just expanding kind of that arsenal of, recovery boots, massage guns, and those kinds of things, just for athletes to have that access to more opportunities for recovery.
Have you used the boots?
I have.
And?
I have. I will say, maybe it's different being a 30-year-old trying to get, but
Fair.
There's only so much soreness you can reduce. I think last summer I tried to, do a little bit of running here and there. Soreness was at an all-time high. I think that soreness is just going to last. But for our athletes who are a little bit more, I would say,
a little bit
more
better
adapted
we are these days.
to the stressors of what they're doing, they're seeing a better outlook in terms of just some performance-wise in that aspect. And we use those recovery boots as well as just in terms of maybe some type of treatment for, ankle sprains. You get a ton of swelling in the leg. We toss them in those boots just to kind of help flush some of that swelling back up into the system. It's just another tool for us to use, not just our student athletes for recovery. So they do have some medical kind of purpose for them as well.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com is the website. You'll see that across the bottom of your screen, QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Go on there now and make a donation and benefit. In this case, just about every one of our student athletes would find a way to benefit from something like that if it is going toward our athletic training program. Thanks for coming in, Ben.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of our Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this.
Let's put our stamp on this region. All right, let's do it emphatically. Yellow jacket, 2-3.
pinch and need a meal fast? Turn to your local Super One Foods. Whether it be wings and dip for watching the big game, or simply a delicious healthy meal that's sure to satisfy even the picky eater in your family, we have you covered with convenient grab-and-go food options, all at the affordable prices you've come to expect. So leave the cooking to us and stop by your neighborhood Super One Foods, serving you lower prices and better choices.
With me today, we're gonna have a good time. You've convinced me. I'm ready to switch my
We're back on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The website across the bottom of your screen, QR code in the lower right-hand corner. You can log on with your mobile device or go on your computer and make a donation to Yellow Jacket Athletics or any of our individual team programs today. And we are joined by head coach Emily Carpenter from the Yellow Jacket women's basketball team, who more hardware this year and more
She
banners,
did the double this year.
more banners for the rafters. So there were a little bit of unfinished business coming in
Yep.
this year, and finished it. Took another step, and now more unfinished business, if you will.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the season. We want to have a little bit of a review before we jump into the fundraising piece of things. So talk a little bit about the campaign.
For sure. I mean, we obviously, like you said, we had some unfinished business. We know we got to the championship game last year and obviously didn't go our way. And the seniors, especially the seniors, but the entire returners and everyone was like, hey, we're getting back next year and we're winning it. And obviously we were projected number one in the conference, regular season. Obviously we did that last year, so that was our goal to go back to back. And we knew it would probably be a little bit tougher this year just in terms of the conference was a little bit more even across the board, which is obviously a good thing for us, and we want that. Maybe had a little more ups and downs essentially, and maybe some of the losses that I shouldn't say we weren't expecting, but at the same time that we didn't have happen to us last year. But obviously I told them, like, hey, realistically, like, the winner of this conference could have 3 losses this year. And it was after, I think, our second or third one, I was like, well,
Told ya.
I'm like, that's enough. And I think from then, like, you could see that shift in them. They're like, hey, like, okay, we're done. We're not losing anymore or anything. And obviously we won't go on the road the last game of the year, and we had to win it essentially to win the conference and be the number 1 seed. If we would have lost, we could have dropped all the way down to the 3 seed. So we knew there were some high things at stakes that game, and obviously Morris is a tough gym to play.
I was just going to say, it's a tough place to play.
It's, when I was playing as well, that was the one gym I hated. I call it a dungeon, basically. It's kind of down there, but at the same time, the girls knew that. Like I said, we want those close competitive games, and going in, we knew what was at stake for us, and we knew that we were coming out on top no matter what.
Right.
Obviously, then regular season title champs, and then going into the postseason, obviously secured the number 1 seed. Got to play at home, which was huge for us, even though the tiebreaker came down to us getting it was the best road record for conference. But at the same time, we wanted to be playing at home. Close one on that Wednesday in overtime. And I think after that, too, the girls like, oh, not like shoot, but like at the same time, like, okay, that was too close that we wanted it. So going into that championship game, you could tell kind of just their mindset, like I said, was, hey, we've been here. This is like, we have a lot of returners. We have a lot of experience, upperclassmen, and you could kind of tell come that fourth quarter that they were just mentally locked in, essentially. I use that word all year. So they were just locked in, and obviously close one down the stretch, and we came on top. And obviously getting to the national tournament was a draw that we probably weren't expecting. I don't think anyone was expecting.
You could tell by the room that day that nobody was expecting it.
Our name's up. That was us, because they had projected us to go to 3 other places, and once those 3 places passed on the board, we're like, okay, now
what?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, now where are we going?
But obviously it was super cool to get back to the national tournament. That's kind of been my objective. Obviously, taking over this position. Like I said, for the girls, the seniors, especially the seniors, just have really, I shouldn't say have had it tough, but at the same time, their freshman year was COVID and everything like that, just not the best. So for them to go out on top like that was super cool. And obviously now we know what we want every year and the expectations, and that's what we're going to try to strive for every year now moving forward.
Pretty much. I mean, that puts a capper on it for me, too. I mean, obviously, women's basketball program is one of my programs that I cover during the year. So I've known Emily as a coach and as a player. And, I knew where they wanted to go when she first got here, and she got there quicker than I thought she would. That first year, you could see that the things were starting to shift in a big way. Then last year, 18 wins and coming up just a little bit short at the end. Left a kind of a bad taste. I don't want to say a terrible taste in the mouth, because I don't think, like I said, anybody expecting them to be that good that quick.
Right.
I'm not even sure Emily did. But then coming in this year, there was definitely an unfinished business side to it. The league was better this year from top to bottom, so it was a bigger challenge. And she also beefed up the scheduling in the non-conference in a big way this year. So, but they were definitely ready for it by the end of the year. And it was really cool to see the seniors go out, because they had when they first came in, things were not going so great, and then under Emily, it started to come up on the upswing, and to see the seniors go out and go to the national tournament was really a treat, because you could just tell that they were just thrilled to be a part of the entire process. They're losing some key players for next year, but there is also some good returners coming back too. So the cupboard is not going to be completely bare. And then Emily's got another recruiting class coming in. So we'll see. Where they go. But they're a fun team to watch play. I really have enjoyed them the last couple of years because they play the game the right way. They play smart. They don't make a ton of mistakes on their own. And they're very heady as a group, and it's a fun group to watch. It's a fun group to watch.
Cupboard's not bare, obviously.
Yep.
But you have to replace a player that will go down as probably one of the
best in
program history.
Yeah,
definitely a top 10, potentially a top 5. How do you replace that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been looking for some, we're going to obviously be missing the offensive side for her. Obviously, the leadership and everything like that, and the leadership, I think, comes from the returners that we have on the group. Obviously, we have some seniors that have been playing since they've been freshmen, so the leadership aspects and stuff like that, there's nothing really to be worried about because I know those players are ready to fill kind of that bigger shoe, I guess you could say, for this coming year. But in terms of the production that obviously Elise gave for us, expecting some of the, like I said, the returners that have played some good minutes. Obviously, we had some girls last year that were at 10 a game, 9 a game, 8 a game, so they kind of know that, okay, I got to up that a little bit now to help the team be successful. And obviously with some underclassmen that played maybe a little bit this year, but at the same time, since we had such a large senior group that did a lot for us, maybe the minutes weren't quite there for them. So I think they're ready to step in some of those roles as well. And then obviously the recruiting class have been kind of out there. Obviously we lose 6 seniors, and probably if in basketball terminology, it's a 1 through 5 position. So obviously looking to replace basically almost every single position, but at the same time, we know the point guard position, what Elise was able to do for us, looking for that. So I've been, out there trying to get some point guards that, yes, are true point guards that can get their teammates the ball, but at the same time, scoring point guards that can definitely help us. Been working, some transfers and everything as well that have some, college experience already. Like you said, we definitely have a lot of key returners and key pieces coming into this team for next year to continue to be successful. But at the same time, I think I know it, other coaches know it, teammates, returners and everything know it, like what we do need to essentially replace for the roles that we do lose. But like I said, that's a challenging part about recruiting and continue to be successful. But I think we're all excited for what to look forward to next year already. So
it's a fundraising day for us, not just here in athletics, but campus wide. And being an alumnus of the program, you understand the value of it from being a player and seeing the things that you are able to get via fundraising. You get a much bigger appreciation for it, I'm sure, once you're in that coach's chair, because it truly is part of the lifeblood of the program. So how do you do that dance of, these are my friends that I played ball with, but I really need them to give me some money too.
Yeah.
So how do you balance that when you're talking to your friends and also want them to make a donation to your program?
I think for the alumni, obviously, like I said, being an alumni myself and just, we're kind of at the age where it's like, okay, could start thinking about doing that for the programs and everything. And I really just think it's looking back on the experiences that we had as an alumni and just thinking, okay, like when I was a student athlete, we were able to do these fun trips, team bonding events, dinners, whatever it may be. And obviously now being on the coaching side, I realize like that doesn't strictly just come from our budget. Like we have, that's why we have days like this. Like we have to be able to pay for it separately. So I think just looking back on those experiences and be like, okay, like those are some of the best times of my life. The friends that I still have, I'm friends with a lot of the alumni that I played with or players I played with. And so it's just thinking like, okay, we had those experiences. Now this is why, like, I want to continue to see the program succeed and continue to be able to have those really fun experiences. So I think just continuing that, obviously everything helps us, and you might think $10 is too little, but at the same time, that truly goes a long way in any capacity. And I think just we're a team that we really get along outside the court, and we do a lot of things outside the court. The girls have taken that into their hands, but at the same time, I like to be involved with that and everything and be able to provide for that. So like I said, it's just thinking back at those experiences and now continuing to be able to provide and have those same experiences for the current student athletes. So.
Let's talk a little bit about your specifics for this year. Number 1, team retreat. We have several coaches that are raising money for retreats. So what does an Emily Carpenter team retreat look like?
So we, know, the last 2 years now we have done one like beginning of September, so right when we get here. 2 years ago we did an overnight retreat at a cabin. We stayed overnight, did zip lining and everything. Found out zip lining is not really the girls' favorite thing. Let's just say that. Getting up in the air and everything like that. I remember our first year, Charlotte Forstall's 6'3", very tall. She's way up in the air on the line, and she's like, never again, coach. Please, never again. So we changed that a little bit.
Somebody who has a bit of a height phobia like myself, I am completely with her on that.
But obviously it was super fun. Did a bonfire at night and able to stay over and everything. And it's just really a fun experience, like right away, kind of like setting the standard of, hey, this is what women's basketball is. This is, outside the court. Then this last year we didn't do an overnight retreat, but we did do a day retreat up to Lutsen Mountain. Did the gondola rides, the alpine slide down the hills, some hiking and everything. Just a long day up there. And like same thing, it really helped us. Like I said, just sets kind of that tone for like, hey, this is what the year's going to be. This is the fun that we're about to have the remainder of the year and everything. Next year, like this coming year in the fall, I would really want to do a overnight again. I think that just really helps. There's a lot of cool places that are within an hour around here and everything, just on the lake. And so that's kind of what my intentions are for next year. And obviously staying overnight is obviously a little bit more expensive than taking a day trip up there and everything. So that's why we're raising for it. But like I said, I think it really just sets the tone for our team and just kind of for the entire year, just bringing the returners in, but obviously the newcomers, kind of their first true experience with everyone. So just being able to have that right away is super helpful for our teams.
And you also mentioned earlier trips, and you're raising money for a trip, and right now it's kind of a mystery trip. So do we have any idea on what the destination is?
Not quite yet. Possibly Florida, which is like I'm still working with a couple coaches out there and just kind of seeing what that would look like. So obviously any donations would help us tremendously for that trip. But then at the same time, I'm working with some like stuff in Wisconsin, so I know obviously probably the more money we raise, the higher chance we do have to go to Florida. Obviously, and kind of have to find that out or finalize, I should say, that coming up quickly just because our schedule should be set and we know that we'll get 2 games guaranteed no matter what, and that's what we have left to fill. So like I said, it's kind of up in the air right now, obviously in communications with multiple coaches and tournament directors and everything like that. So like I said, that's why there's no set destination. Myself, we know that our season is in the middle of winter, so Florida would obviously be nice, and I'm sure a lot of the girls would appreciate that as well. But like I said, just any overnight trips, couple day trips, rather than just one night. A tournament would be 2, 3, 4 nights depending on where we went. So that same thing, just like I said, it's the memories that they get out of that, staying overnight in the hotel, being able to go do team activities outside of basketball, team dinners and everything like that. So like I said, don't have a final destination yet, figuring that out soon, but at the same time knowing that we will be traveling somewhere, preferably, or I shouldn't say preferably, the time we're looking at is like Christmas break time, just because we have that flexibility within our schedule. So
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. It's twice now. I've kind of stuttered on that a little bit after saying it 100 times today. That is the website. It's across the bottom of your screen, QR code lower right corner as well. Log on now and make a donation. Help out the women's basketball program. Go on their mystery trip.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Coach.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this. The 6th Annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon continues. The web address across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. The QR code in the lower right-hand corner will allow you to use your mobile device, make a donation to any of our programs here at UW Superior, and of course, every penny that we raise over the course of today will directly benefit the student athletes here at UW Superior. And we turn our attention now to the head coach of the Sweet 16 nationally ranked Yellow Jacket men's soccer program. History-making season. I mean,
there's no other way to really put it.
Really, no other way to put this. I mean,
incredible year,
extremely enjoyable run, incredible year, and some awesome history that your program made this year.
Yeah, I appreciate it. What a way to start it off. And I'll just say, I guess I've had the same response every time somebody's brought it up here over the last few months. To me, the most memorable part of it is just the group that we had together. I've loved every group we've had. There are certain groups where I look back and I say, like, it was so much more fun to come to work every day, with certain groups. And this was one of those groups where it's just like, you just couldn't wait to get to work. Yeah. You couldn't wait to get out to the field. You couldn't wait to, little things, team meetings or individual meetings, on the bus, whatever it was. That group was so bought in. And just such a good, amazing cast of characters. It was truly just a special group.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Go ahead.
It's hard for me to really elaborate too much on it, other than what Coach Mooney just said. This was, from a purely analytical standpoint, this is the deepest team he's ever had that I've seen. Because it felt like most games when he brought in his bench, they didn't skip a beat. And that's really rare. He was playing between 20 and 24 guys most of the time, and all of those guys were performing. There really wasn't much drop-off anywhere. And that's what, makes not just this year special for me, is the fact that, he lost a lot of players from this team, or he's going to. He's got a lot of players coming back that got significant time last year. And the way that he runs his program is that the names may change, but the level of play stays remarkably similar because he gets those guys that time.
Right.
And if you come to UWS to play men's soccer, the odds are you're going to get plenty of playing time, regardless of, you're going to see the field. You're not going to be a guy who's going to have to redshirt a year and wait your turn necessarily, because Coach Mooney's going to throw you out there. Now you have to earn it, but if you earn it in practice and you do the things the right way, you're going to see the field. And I mean, he preaches it and he lives it. And that's why I think his guys, they excel, and they excel just about every year. I mean, the team has been good for so long now that it's almost, an afterthought in a way from a broadcaster standpoint. But at the same time, the guys he's always got them playing their best at the right time of year. And that's a direct reflection, I think, not just of the guys, but also of the kind of program he runs. And that's what's cool for me as a broadcaster, and having had the opportunity to broadcast their games now for umpteen years.
Well, I appreciate that. I think, to me, it has a lot less to do with coaching and a lot more to do with the internal leadership that we've had. And I mean, you go back to the Eye of the Swarm, episode that we had. Will was on the pot. Like, you listen to that guy talk, it's like pretty easy to tell why this team's successful. Like, think about the leadership, between Will and Harry. We've named Isaac Beckett captain for this coming year. And, he'd be the first one to tell you, like, it's been such an easy task to take over because there's such a great group of leadership, before him. And you can go back through the lineage of the captains that we've had. And it's, I mean, again, when you feel lucky to go to work every day, it's because you've got leaders like that. And I think that the lineage and the sort of the legacy that they've all passed on, and I think Isaac's going to be a terrific one. But you look at the rest of that senior group or upcoming senior group, there's a ton of leadership there. And it could have been any one of those guys would be captain. And, we probably will name another captain or two at some point. But, like, you could just go right down the list, and there's not a bad one in the bunch.
No, and that's what, makes aspirations for next year all that much more, like, me excited for next year, is the fact that a lot of guys, and John was there to see it all firsthand as well. A lot of guys got a lot of time, and that makes you much more comfortable about losing some of the guys that you lose. A guy like Will, who's going to stick around a bit and be around the program next year again. I hope I'm not, bursting the bubble too much there. But, I mean,
we hope you will, yeah.
Yeah, but, that's sort of like the plan going forward, is that You're losing some key pieces from this year's team, but there's a lot of key pieces coming back too, and those guys right there in the thick of it. And some of those positions that the guys that are leaving open for new guys. There'll be guys that'll be ready to play in that spot, and so it's going to be fun. And I'm looking forward to it already. I mean, it's going to be another really, really good team next year.
When you lose, which is fact of life, you lose players here. It's college sports. You're going to lose players, so obviously you replenish them through recruiting. How has the new facility affected recruiting?
Tough to say in terms of like how integral it's been. How do you quantify that? I would just say like it has not hurt recruiting.
Safe way to put it. Okay.
Yeah, obviously I think there's a draw there, but I think one of the things that I didn't even think about beforehand was just bringing guys to the stadium. So when they come to an on-campus game, or a campus visit, and they come out, it's the facility is amazing. I also think it's the energy that facility helps to generate, to go and sit in the stands and just kind of feel the pulse of the crowd and how into it everybody on our campus is. I think that's, again, it's sort of a residual impact to the stadium. And so I don't know how to quantify all those residual impacts. I'll just tell you, like I said, it has not hurt.
And I suppose I didn't think of it from the game day standpoint of you've got somebody on campus and you have them come and watch your team perform. Actually having that literally just outside the door, it's a set of dots that I didn't connect. That
already
it's finally you finally have that spot of your very own.
Already the stadium feels like it has its own intimate feel, and then it has a very much a UWS feel to it. It doesn't feel like the same as it did when they played up at NBC. It doesn't feel the same way. And part of that is because it's our own stadium, but part of that also is because of the proximity to campus.
Right.
It feels like this is really part of UWS. Whereas, and even the location at NBC, it's not really close to anything in terms of like houses or any it's its own stadium sitting there. I
think you're right, Matt. And I think. And I want to say, I think the folks at Superior High were amazing hosts to us, and we did a lot of great things. I think to make that atmosphere, college atmosphere.
Right,
and again, I think the folks there were great to allow us.
Yeah, and that's not to say anything bad about it.
Right.
Yeah,
but I also think you're right. I think the proximity helps. I also think that, and we talked about this on the podcast a few months ago, that the fact that our administration, I think, really went out of their way to do everything right. Not all turf is the same.
Right.
And so, there is I think an exceptional element to the field that they put in, the stadium that they put in, the video board, all those elements, and our guys would be the first ones to be very honest. If they came in and said, yeah, this is kind of average,
right.
It's a turf field just like every other turf field we play on. If that's how we would have done it, I think that's sort of the laid back excitement that would have been there, but it's not. Our guys, and again, when you asked the question about recruiting, when we have high school juniors and seniors that come onto campus, and our players start to talk about the field, and you can just feel that excitement, really just magnifying because they got it right, and it's a footballer's or a soccer player's dream scenario. The pitch itself is amazing. I think I honestly think it's the best turf pitch in the entire Midwest. And again, that all that credit goes to the folks that brought us in the process and listened, and then folks like Renee, like Nick, and go on down the list that made it happen.
Yep.
I really feel like we got it right, and so do the players.
Yep.
Let's talk a little bit about what you're raising money for today. You've got team room enhancements. Is that your existing locker room? Is that the team space that you have at the new stadium? What are you raising money for?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. We'll be a bit transient there. We'll have our indoor facility, and there's some things that we want to do there, but the majority of it really goes to the outdoor facility. Right now it's a shell, and we're very grateful to have that shell. Again, it's home, right? So we're very grateful to have a home. But we want to spruce it up. We want to have a better bench area for guys to be able to sit in there. We want to be able to bring in some technology so that we can do scouting and game day reports and that kind of stuff in there. And then, really just to decorate it, make it feel like it's again, like it's our home. We've got, I think, some pretty lofty ideas on how to do that. And so every bit will count. But I think it's something where, we talked about Isaac Beckett. I had him in the office the other day, and he was talking about just how much our locker room is a part of our identity. And when we talk about, like, Matt, you mentioned some of the culture and some of our ability to kind of pass that on, year to year. So much of your culture, I think, comes from, where you show up and go to work every day. Mm-hmm. And so our ability to make that our own is really important to, I think, kind of, just continuing on this tradition that we've been able to create and continuing to progress our culture further and further forward.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. QR code lower right-hand corner to make a donation and help Coach Mooney and the men's soccer program get those locker room enhancements that they're looking for. Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thanks a lot. Look forward to it every year.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with more of the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon right after this. We're back on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon. The web address across the bottom of your screen, QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Use your mobile device and log on right now. Make a donation to Yellow Jacket Athletics on this Superior Day of Giving. As we mentioned a couple times, Matt, this isn't just an athletics thing. This is campus-wide, so we are raising money across campus for scholarships, for all the different academic programs, anything you can possibly raise money for, which in this day and age is a lot, is having money raised for it today. And so we are doing this exclusively for athletics, but there are a number of different endeavors on campus that people are raising money for. With that, let's turn our attention to softball as we wrap the day, our final guest of the day. 4-hour marathon that we've been doing here. Head coach Melissa Fracker from the Yellow Jacket softball team, and we've kind of had coaches giving us the State of the Union on where their programs are at, and if we had to kind of grab one right now and go, dude, they're rolling.
Yeah, you're looking at it right here. You're looking at it right there.
The softball team has some stuff happen right now.
Yeah, they do.
And we can start it off with the I'm not sure I've ever seen a team hit like this before.
Yeah. And Coach Fracker and I have talked about this multiple times. This is unprecedented in a lot of ways, both on our end as a school and Coach Fracker. She's also said she's never been a part of a team that hits the ball like this, either as a coach or a player. To give you some perspective, they're leading the nation in runs per game and also in total runs scored, but top 5 in the country in just about every offensive category. And I just have to ask you this question before we get into what you're fundraising for today. You knew that your team was going to probably be able to hit the ball. Did you expect them to be able to hit the ball like this?
I didn't expect our entire lineup to be able to. I mean,
everybody hitting 400.
Yeah, everybody. Like if you're hitting below 400 on this team, you're
the weak link.
Well, we just say there's no shame in not being a part of our starting hitting lineup because we have some phenomenal hitters that come in to pitch hit or later in games that aren't actually a part of our starting lineup. That last year, the year before, I would have loved to have part of our starting lineup. But yeah, I expected us to be able to hit. We brought in Coach Steria, Coach Hunkers, worked with our hitters, Coach Bott, Coach Goldberg. So I'm spoiled rotten with assistant coaches first off, and I give all the credit to them because they are so good at talking to our players, looking at finite things, switching just small things to make their swings a little better. So assistant coaching, first off, I am absolutely spoiled, especially at Division III level. I really am. They are the reason that we are rolling the way we're rolling. But yeah, I mean, top to bottom, there's no weakness in our lineup. It's nice, I hope, for our team when they can go 0 for 3 for a day, but then Ellie goes 3 for 3, or Zoe, or Carly, or Mackenzie, or now Larissa's back, or Karen got it done with a lot of RBIs versus Morris. So it's so nice, I think, in a lineup when it doesn't have to be you that day. But if it is you, or if you're part of the mix, fantastic. So yeah, I think our starting lineup's really strong. But we also have some phenomenal players on the bench that whether it's this year or next year, they're also going to be able to get it done too. So
yeah, well, it's the deepest team I've seen, and we've talked about
Hands
this.
down.
Yeah, and that's in the circle too. It's the deepest team she's had. There's the roster's 20.
We have 23 right now.
23, and all 23 of them can play.
Yeah, that was always our goal. I want to make sure no matter what injuries happened, and behind the scenes, we've had 2 pretty big injuries this year that we thought were going to be more part of our starting lineup, that thankfully they're finally back and getting their feet underneath them. But my goal always is no matter what, whatever injuries happen, whatever happens behind the scenes, that we still have the ability to get on a field and win. And I want to make sure that we have that depth and we have that athleticism that, Lily Hansen's played second base for us the last 2 years. She has done phenomenal filling in at shortstop for us. So that's just that athleticism of the team. It's that depth of the team that we can continue to roll kind of no matter what happens. And I think our coaching staff owes that to our team and the players on our team to make sure that we make a roster deep enough that we can roll no matter what kind of pops up. So,
and you mentioned it yourself too. In the circle, you have a legitimate pitching staff here.
Yes. Yeah, there's 5 of them, and actually potentially more.
Yeah.
Some players have not pitched
You got
that
a pitcher
could.
who's 10-0 who didn't pitch last weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And there's like I said, there's extra arms that she hasn't used this year. She doesn't need it to. So there could be as many as 7 on this staff. But the biggest thing is they all offer something a little bit different. You've got a couple of power arms in there. You've got a couple of more spinners in there too, and then you've got a couple that are sort of a hybrid of both. So she can change it up, and that's a tribute to her recruiting. It's really hard on a roster of 23 to be able to bring in that much depth, both not only offensively but also in the circle. That doesn't happen very often.
Right.
A lot of teams have 9, 10, 11 players that might be able to play pitching or otherwise, but then it drops off pretty considerably. She doesn't have that. She has, even when she goes to her bench, even the pinch hitters, they're all hitting, between 350 and about 500 for the year. So there just isn't any breather for anybody for the other team, and that's a huge that's a huge advantage to have. Really is.
Yep. And I think with our pitching, my plan, it's a chess match, right? So we want to win conference games, but we also don't want the conference opponents to see our pitchers so many times that they get comfortable. And then when we get to the UMAC tournament, it's comfortable for them. So I want to be able to have the depth that, number one, our arms stay fresh at all times, right? So Bella didn't pitch versus North Central. She pitched Moore versus Morris. Sam pitched versus North Central, didn't pitch versus Morris. Now we'll have all of them for this weekend coming up versus UNW. So I want to keep everyone fresh. I also want it so opponents have to prepare for everybody, because I think the more you have to prepare for multiple pitchers, the more difficult it kind of becomes to be able to prepare for us. And, once you get around once in the order, you're like, okay, next time I'm going to do this and make an adjustment. Well, here's another pitcher.
Yeah.
And here's another pitcher. So then it just makes it so you can't make the adjustment.
Yep.
You can't get comfortable. It keeps people kind of on their toes. And that's been our plan all year, and that's kind of how we've done it, and that's how we plan to continue to do it, and hopefully be successful the last 2 weeks as we finish out regular season. Then obviously the most important part of the season comes after that, and hopefully make a run there. So.
And you played a little more robust non-conference schedule this year too.
Yep.
So obviously, still getting wins against some very quality opponents.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good wins this year. If you had told me or asked me at the beginning of the year if I thought they were going to be 25-5 at this point, I would have said no.
Wow. Ouch.
But shots fired. That winning percentage of over 80% is just But in a sport like softball, that's very uncommon. You're just not going to have that very often. I mean, any team in the country would take those numbers. So that's the part I think that has been really impressive to watch is not just the offense or the depth in the pitching staff. It's also just been the consistency in terms of performance all year has been there as well. And now they're starting to hit the long ball a little bit more too. They didn't hit as many, but they hit a lot of gappers at the beginning of the year. Now they're starting to get the long ball in there too. And Ellie Motzel's having a year that I just.
Yes, she is. Yeah, she is.
She's got to be the front runner for Player of the Year in the conference.
Has to be.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody that's been better.
No.
She
and playing the position she plays.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, especially as a catcher, you get beat up. She is one of the hardest working kids that we have on our team. And we have a lot of hardworking kids, but she trains all summer. She gets in the weight room. She swings the bat. She catches pitchers all the time. So I am glad for her that all her behind the scenes extra work is kind of paying off. But I think the entire team, we kind of found that sweet spot between having fun. I mean, shoot, there's not too many teams that have a squeaky toy farm in their dugout, right? So having fun with that, switching someone's like walk-up song, but then also having serious moments too and getting things done. I think it's a sweet spot if you can find it. It's difficult to find because, yes, you want to have fun. It's a game, right? We're all lucky enough, me to coach, them to play a game they love. But at the same time, winning's fun too. Yeah. So how do you kind of find that balance between having fun, making jokes, but coming to practice, being serious and getting work and going to games and getting results? And I think right now they have found that sweet spot, which is really, really fun to be a part of and hopefully fun for everyone to watch. So
my kid loved the squeaky part when he was here last week.
Yeah.
So
it started off with one, and then little squeaky children came along.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it's like a whole farm. There's literally a farm down there. There's multiple animals in that dugout.
He absolutely loved it. Let's talk a little bit about the fundraising aspect of things, because that is why we're here today. And you Spring sport in this locale, obviously you spend a lot of time inside.
Yep.
Coach Oakes was talking about that in his segment with us. So time indoors, you need some indoor specific equipment.
Yep. So, and also thankfully we play at the high school field, which is very close. We also are blessed to play at the stadium sometimes too. So not only for inside, but also when we are outside at the stadium to kind of be able to replicate a field a little more. So just getting some bow nets, getting some more screens that have the tops over them, because it's nice not to be hit off the top of the cage when you're front tossing. Some tees, just more inside hitting stuff, so we can get more reps when we are inside or when we go out to the stadium to be able to get work in. So
the other thing, spring trip.
Yep.
I'm trying to think how it was worded. Spring trip bonding enhancement kind of.
Yeah, so we want to do so. Beyond,
that was very clear, John. Good job. Yeah,
it's been a long day, man.
I got you. I'll take it from here.
Thank
I had
you.
my Red Bull. I'm ready.
Well, your team bought you like a case of them, so there you go.
Yeah, everyone. I got a birthday card and a Red Bull. So do they know me? So when we go to spring break, it is great to get games in, but it's also huge for bonding. It's one of the biggest reasons that you go on spring break. And we would love the opportunity to not only do a big team meal there somewhere nice, but then also do something on our off day or our practice day together as a group that we could just all go and do something fun in Florida. We call it a business trip, right? Because it is business, but there are times there that are great for team bonding. Then we can have fun. So being able to fundraise for that, to be able to take the kids to something, whether it's a spring training game or they love miniature golf. It gets a little competitive at times, but they sure love to do it. And then a really nice meal after that they can kind of dress up and just get away from the idea that we're actually playing softball for just a little while would be really helpful for the team. So.
Let's find that balance. We talked about this before with some of the retreats and stuff, the importance of being able to do something outside your sport, because otherwise it becomes I don't want to say a drag, but it becomes a situation where it starts to really kind of grind.
Yeah.
It becomes a real grind. And then, being able to forget about softball for the day. Let's go do this, because on our off day,
And culture is a huge part of any winning program, right? And we are very specific with our culture and what we want. I think another reason that we've been so successful is our buy-in from every single player. I mentioned it before, but we have so many talented players that do things behind the scenes, whether it is pinch running, pitch hitting, doing bullpen stuff, doing charting stuff, being our just absolute heart and soul of the team. That stuff comes from team bonding. And if you can find a reason to play for more than just yourself, you're able to run a little harder, hit a little harder. Those, rainy days that we're stuck inside, you continue to work. So those team bonding experiences really help us be able to find a reason to play other than just yourself and winning and your own stats, So it's just really important for us, our team culture, and the success of our team, so.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. QR code in the lower right-hand corner, and help the Yellow Jackets softball team reach the fundraising goals today. Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me. Go Jackets.
We'll take one more break, come back, and wrap up this year's telethon right after this. We're back on the 6th annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon, and just because the telethon is coming to an end, Matt, obviously the Day of Giving is not done as it,
right,
but still plenty of time for people to make a donation to Yellow Jacket Athletics, make a donation to a specific program, make a donation to the university in general. And every penny that comes in, like we said in the open and throughout the broadcast today, every penny that comes in, especially on the athletic side, is going to benefit these student athletes.
Yeah, it's all about enhancement. I mean, I said that at the beginning, and I'm going to say it again at the end here of the telethon. It's about making it the best possible experience it can be, and that's really what the entire day is about. And it's not just for athletics; it's for everybody on campus. Just about trying to make UW Superior as special a place as it can possibly be for everybody, and that's what today is all about. And we heard a lot of asks today about things like retreats, enhanced locker room enhancements, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it really is just about the student athletes trying to make sure they have the best possible experience and that they can leave UWS and say it was a really great time, to be a Yellow Jacket.
Every little bit helps. So if you want to make a $10 donation, that's going to make a difference. You want to make a $10,000 donation, that's going to make a difference. Everything that comes in is going to go a long way to helping create the student athlete experience that we talked about all day long, whether it was us in the open, Nick Bursik touched on it. Most of the coaches talked about it. The word experience came up a lot of times, and everything that comes in over the course of this telethon and the Day of Giving in general goes a long way into enhancing that student-athlete experience that is sort of a buzzword, not just here, but across the college athletics landscape.
Right.
And if you have a tie to the program, a tie to any of these teams, maybe you're an alumnus, maybe you are just tuning in because you saw it come up in your algorithm. I don't know.
Yeah.
But we encourage everybody to make a donation and benefit these student athletes here at UW Superior. Final thoughts?
That's about it. I mean, 6 years running now we've been doing this. It's been a good experience as far as raising funds for the athletic department and for the school, for that matter. Hopefully, people's generosity and they have the means in order to help us out some more, because it really is appreciated by everybody, and it really helps enhance the entire experience. So that's about all I have to add on that.
The website is on the bottom of your screen. There's a QR code in the lower right-hand corner. Utilize either one of those and make a donation to invest in what they are doing here in the athletic department here at UW Superior. Whole army of people that we have to thank to make something like this a reality. The technical people behind the scenes, Andrew Matthews, the Holden Law, making sure that this worked. Emma Peterson was here to point out the main camera to everybody so they knew where to look. Want to thank all of them. We want to thank Nick Bursik, the AD, for giving us the tools to do something like this, all the coaches for carving out a few minutes of their day, and of course you for sitting in here and listening to me ramble on with these people for 4 hours.
Well, and the same goes to you, John. This is I know that this is a day that takes an extensive amount of planning. You got to get some scheduling in there, make sure everybody's got the time, and it certainly is it's a more than worthwhile venture, so I'm more than happy to be a part of it.
For everybody involved here at the Yellow Jacket Athletics, we want to thank you for taking time out of your day to tune in. And again, please consider making a donation to Yellow Jacket Athletics through the website on the bottom of your screen or the QR code in the lower right-hand corner. For Holden Law, for Andrew Matthews, for the Big Sound, Matt Johnson, I am John Garver. Thank you for tuning in to the 6th Annual Yellow Jacket Athletics Superior Day of Giving Telethon on Yellow Jacket TV.